Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy. So, how is everyone doing? Personally, for me, I'm doing fine. I did some laundry today, and haven't put on my bed sheets yet, because I am a lazy piece of shit that hasn't gotten around to doing that yet. Yeah. Essentially my pillows and like my blanket is basically just like curled up in the corner of my bed, and my like bed sheets and such are just like in the laundry basket. They're clean and everything and dry, just haven't put them on. So yeah. Anyway, today we don't have a whole lot of different things to do. Really, we have the Doman Enclave stuff that I want to deal with. And apart from that, it's basically just the Omega raids, because that is essentially what I was planning on doing today. And the reason why we don't have anything else is last week we did the Allied B Strike quests for the Stormblood tribes, and we finished up the main sort of story with delivering things to Nago. So apart from that, we don't have a whole lot left. Did just remember that I did actually get the 3 pieces of high quality food that I need for a quest. That is regarding the return to Ivalice, but I'm thinking maybe saving that for tomorrow, because I'm gonna assume that we are probably gonna end up with getting through most of the story, or most of the Omega raids today, and then maybe having like, I don't know, 1/3 of it left tomorrow, where I can maybe squeeze in like those like 2 quests that I have. More of this food, and maybe something so we can unlock some more custom deliveries, because there is still 2 left from Stormblood we can unlock. They just require some quest lines that I haven't done yet. Anyway, let's see here. What can I donate? We donate that's way too much. Let's see. Okay, so I believe that each of these, that's 180, 945. Let's see here. If I quickly pull out my calculator and go 20,000 divided by 900 is 22, so 900 times 22. That means we would be missing 200 gil worth. So let's see. Let's see. I could then use 4 elegant tin pieces. Let's see here. Split that one into 4. Put these into 22. And maybe I can find some other stuff that I can donate in order to get that last 20. Let's see. Some of these things that I have don't really sell for a whole lot. That's almost enough. Oh wait, that actually goes above, I think. Oh yeah, 38. But it was supposed to be 20. I need to hit. I'm wondering, what if instead of 22 elegant silver pieces, we instead go with 21 maybe instead? Let's see, that's 21 times 900. That's 18,900 plus what do these sell for again? 360. So if we were to go with 21 elegant silver pieces, I would have to find 1,100. Oh. I think I keep just running into the same problem with this. I don't want to do in terms of the calculations. Guess we could go with one of these and then just sell, I don't know, 6 Gizzle Greens. There we go. Oh. What is that?
This is...
Oh, their office has been upgraded. I guess.
Wahahaha. She likes it, she likes it. A surprise to commemorate the completion of the 10,000 stalls and the yard, for the girl who made it possible.
I do not mean to sound ungrateful, but to use our valuable resources to decorate my office is...
long overdue, many would agree. Or were you planning to rebuild the whole of Doma save the Shazenkai? Consider to your position as the representatives of our reconstruction efforts. It would not do to receive potential patrons in a ramshackle hovel. I am sure even Shana would eventually begin to question your judgment.
Still. Isn't this a little... Oh, I don't know. We're not finished, either. Over here, girl. I've got another surprise for you and the rest of the Shazenkai.
Okay. The housing? The people from...
Now these are garments befitting the face of the Shazenkai.
That was just new clothes.
Are you sure it isn't a bit extravagant? Well, that's the point, isn't it? If you're to engage the rich and influential, you'll need to do so on their terms. Show them that Doma is no poor backwater, that they'd be wise to invest in our future. Also, several merchants mentioned to me that you lot were impossible to pick out of a crowd, so there are practical considerations too. They can't well negotiate with you if they can't even find you, after all. Fair
that makes
points,
sense.
all. Very well. If I must serve in a more public capacity for the sake of Doma, then I shall. Lord Hein has placed his trust in us to manage this monumental task, to see our people's hopes and dreams realized. We shall not fail him. I shudder to think where we would be without your assistance, Shauna. Your constant support has been invaluable. But our grand design for the revitalization of the Enclave is far from finished. When we have finalized our plans for the next step, I pray we can look to you once more. The Doma in our memories and in our hearts will soon be ours again. Until that blessed day, let us never give up hope.
Okay. Oh, and we got a quest now. Or
Shauna.
talk, I guess.
Just the person with whom I was hoping to speak. There have been some interesting developments in our plans for the Enclave. The Shazenkai and the residents have made a combined effort to clear away a vast amount of debris, opening up more land for us to develop. We are considering a number of different projects, such as allocating land for farming, buildings for new enterprises, and so forth. Naturally, our need for resources has never been greater. I do not speak only of material costs, but also of the labor required. In order to adequately explain our next undertaking, I must.
Sorry to interrupt, but perhaps it would be best coming from me. We meet again, Warrior of Light. You may not remember me, but I was there the day you and Lady Yujiri freed me and my countrymen from Castrum Fluminus. I owe my freedom to you.
Okay.
Though I must admit, I was in something of a panic state when we first met. So much so, that I neglected to thank you or give my name. I am Ihase. The Shazenkai has agreed to assist us with one of the newly opened patches of land. Like the rest of Yangzia, the Enclave is blessed with a constant supply of clean water, ideally suited to rice farming. I was practically raised in a paddy field, and aim to put my experience to good use. You see, now that a lot of the basic living quarters and such are in a decent state, a few of us would like to turn our attention to cultivating crops, rice in particular. It is no exaggeration to say that it is our lifeblood. That is why I ask for permission to use the land. If you are not otherwise engaged, it would be a great honor to show you around. It is to the northwest, not far from here.
Okay, so I guess we get started working on a new area.
I for one am in
Nice.
total agreement with Ihase. Prosperous harvests would be an enormous boon as we strive towards self-sufficiency. Any surplus produced would fetch a high price beyond our borders, and it would go a long way to the revival of the Enclave. Ihase and the other farmers have already started plotting out their plots. It would mean the world to them if you paid a visit.
Okay. I think it was. Ah, yeah, it's up this area. Okay. So let's see how this area is looking right now. Okay, yeah, I can see start of that, but it looks like it needs to be cleaned up a bit. And there's Ihase.
I never thought that one day the Warrior of Light would come to see my paddy fields, and yet here you are. So, may I ask what you think of the place?
It looks a bit shit. Seems like a good location as any. Bit on the bleak side, isn't it?
At first, that certainly appears to be the case. Until recently, the soil was covered in rubble, which is why hardly anything grew here. Once we had gotten rid of the debris, we found the earth below fairly easy to till. I have also heard that before houses were built on this land, it was actually used for growing rice. It would give me a huge sense of satisfaction if the area were to come full circle and produce crops once more. The area is well suited to farming. Water naturally drains out of the fields and into the river without much intervention on our part. However, we must occasionally bring in fresh soil to replenish the nutrients. Of course, even earth of the highest quality will be of little value until we get more water flowing into the fields. Relying purely on the streams flowing down from the mountains will lead to a poor yield. We could dig a channel leading off from the one river, to bring in some of its mineral-rich silt. Yes, should work. Oh. I do apologize, no doubt you have better things to do than listen to my ruminations on paddy field drainage. My workers and I do not lack for motivation, only for funding and materials. With your support, the people of the enclave will soon be feasting on delicious, homegrown rice. A new chapter has begun for the reconstruction effort. Your contributions to the Shazenkai will help the Doman enclave continue to grow.
So, I assume I need to head back down here and interact with the donation basket in order to get further progress with this, because I kind of doubt that this is the end of it. Also, might as well just... Oh, I hadn't attuned to this thing.
You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Doman enclave.
Okay, so now I can teleport out there. Nice. Let's see, down to the plaza. And yep, indeed.
On behalf of the
What happened?
Shazenkai, Shauna, Ihase and the other farmers are working hard to develop the reclaimed land. I hear their new tools have made a world of difference. While we are able to produce some of the necessary equipment here, our craftsmen are already working at maximum capacity. In many cases, it is quicker to simply purchase what we require. Your contributions helped us secure these tools for Ihase and the others. If you are curious to know how their work is proceeding, why not pay them a visit?
Okay. So he has it again. They're starting to have a building there, it seems, and they're also working on some over there. One over there. I'm guessing this is likely going to be like a storage area of some sort. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Come to see how we are getting on? The new tools have helped us a great deal. We are very grateful. There is still a lot of work to be done before we can start planting the rice. That reminds me, I placed an order with Kozakura and the delivery is due any day now. Which one of you is Ihase? That would be me. And you must be here to deliver 2 sturdy-looking Zos, as requested. Glad are we to trade for Doman goods, so coveted are they by our brothers. But may we ask why you require 2 live Zos? 'Twould be simpler to bring you horns or pelts or meat. Or do you prefer to slaughter them yourselves?
They're going to be used for work, I guess.
Kami forfend. We wish to use them as beasts of burden, to help plow our fields. Well-tilled soil is essential in the cultivation of crops. Just the thought of eating the first rice ball from our own harvest makes my mouth water. Rice balls. We remember these fondly. So vivid is the memory I can almost taste it. Mitsubo first introduced us to their heavenly goodness. I shall never forget the flavor. To think that Zoes from the steppe can assist in producing rice makes me very proud. Brother, if we were to stay and help, maybe they will share some of the harvest with us? Is this some jest? We budget alive only for battle, not for plowing fields and scattering seeds. And what of our aim to secure the Fire Walker? We owe our lives not only to Mitsuba, but to the whole enclave. They are the ones who nursed us back to health when we were close to death. Surely we should repay this debt before attempting to seize Hein? If we work these fields, we can observe his comings and goings, and find the right moment. Not you too. So that makes it 2 against 1. Loath as I am to admit it, the idea is not entirely without merit. Ihase, will you allow us to work alongside you? The only payment we ask is a few bales of rice. We need all the help we can get, and you seem to have a knack for steering Zoes in the right direction, which will no doubt prove useful. But I must warn you, the process takes several moons. You will get your share of the harvest once we are done, though. Then we have an agreement. If it leads to the capture of Hein, there is no hardship we would not bear. Come to think of it, Ihase, perhaps when this is finished, you should return to the steppe with us. A man of your stature and obvious strength could make a name for himself. You want me to join the Bujiga? I cannot imagine my wife and children would be very happy about that. Besides, I am much more at home in a paddy field than on a battlefield.
Okay.
Work in the Enclave domain is proceeding apace. The new workers and beasts of burden will increase productivity and lighten the load for Ihase and his farmers. As you continue to contribute to the Shizenkai and the reconstruct.
Okay. Then I guess it's back down and see if there's any more interactions I can make with that donation basket. I gotta say, it's kind of annoying that I need to go all the way up here just to interact, like just figure out or progress things. Considering that I need to then back and forth between these 2 locations.
Though it pains me to do so.
The Shays.
Okay, already at the weekly limit. Okay, so off to Ralger's Reach. So we need to get started on the Omega raids. Let's see, I believe it is a witch we need to talk to. The Hunt for Omega, yep, that seems like it.
Shauna, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Ralger's Reach, while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and that it was shackled with some very distinctive looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered, what you might call, a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself.
Okay. And the workshop is apparently in here. Ah, there's Nero.
Come now, Chief. That isn't terribly constructive. Go on. Suggest something. And I'll be sure to do the exact bloody opposite.
So much for improving efficiency.
Spot the problem.
Yep. Can see the problem right now.
Surprised. So were we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? You will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement.
Oh my god, Nero.
Then I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse, never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately.
The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full. And it wasn't exactly a pittance, either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep, at the very least.
I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now. On account of which, we've had to put the investigation on hold.
Let's investigate by ourselves. Let me know how it goes. I'm leaving. Well, let's investigate ourselves.
Tisk tisk. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with the surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Shauna. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I for one would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend?
Sure.
Then it's settled.
That's kind of why we started the quest.
Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the Yon are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Shauna, I need you with me at the Yon, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone. And, if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance.
All right, Chief. Watch yourself out there.
Am I to stay and mind the shop too? Oh no. I'm not letting you out of my sight. But before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy. Through Allagan ingenuity. Breach this contract and I will have my pawns of flesh.
Okay, down to the Yawn, which is south of the Gearing Stones. It's basically just the giant hole down there. Alright, so let's see. That mist is new. That wasn't there before. Or that liquid. This used to just be like one giant hole in the ground. Nothing inside it. Why is there suddenly like purple soup?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Don't say.
Crikey. It was just a plain old hole before. Ha, would you look at that?
Hmm. Just wondering, what the hell is that purple stuff?
What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our precious has been busy.
Okay, so it's condensed ether then. Ether soup.
What villainy is this?
Ooh, Midgar Soma. His name
In
was-
slumber sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal. For within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another. Our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh gods, what's happening?
Is that a tiny chocobo? Also, what is that thing? Snake-esque creature?
Chief. Get out of it. You're not dead.
Did look very see-through, that snake thing.
Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it were some sort of illusion. Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Well, whatever it is, it's gone. While this peculiar thing remains. Quay. If it looks like a chocobo, and Quay's like a chocobo,
Quest.
I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo.
Quest like a chocobo. Quest. Okay.
I've no idea what it is, but it doesn't seem to pose any immediate threat. Fascinating. We should dissect it? In the name of science.
That's the first thing you go for, Nero. Dissection?
You heard him, Quay, didn't you? He's a chocobo, I'm sure of it. It looks like a chocobo in the same way a mammoth looks like a person, if you know what I mean.
Kind of.
Quay. The way it ques isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are all about this size, aren't they? I suppose. Alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then? Very well. As this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Shauna. Aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend?
Oh, this is just a Midgard Sommer.
What? The Midgard Sormr, who fought and fell at the Battle of Silver Tear Skies?
Yep.
And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the father of dragons does have something you do not, that being relevant knowledge. There is much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origin. It first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allagan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but the one thing to say, Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allagans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas always assumed that the Allagans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgard Sormr tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so. It haileth from another star. More than that I will not say.
Hey.
I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight. Yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight, by Omega? Why in the seven hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have naught to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Hydaelyn. Fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So you, really can show us around inside the hole, can you? Quay.
Okay, we have a soul duty.
Quay. Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given his assurance. Let us take our investigation into the yawn. I have already apprised Jessie of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no way of knowing what awaits us in there, I need you to be ready for anything. Are you?
Yep, ready?
Let us begin. What is this place? And what's wrong with us? I can see straight through me.
The chocobo is normal.
Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Experiment. If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. But why? We're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you?
Chopo, what should we do? Or, alright, we consent, I guess. We consent.
Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group.
What the fuck? Ethereal rift, interdimensional rift. What the fuck is going on?
Looks like some manner of tower, or egg. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a Chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Ha, an invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Existential authorization transferred. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience.
They might accidentally skip something there. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so they're just talking to each other. It doesn't appear up here though, which is a little annoying.
Take the lead, Shauna. We'll follow. No good. It's protected by some kind of barrier. Oh, barriers are my specialty. I'll have this down before you know it.
Then maybe we need to interact with this box.
Chief, something's happening with the cube. Oh ho, so it changes into a life form, and a hostile one at that. We'll see to the creature. Wedge, keep at the barrier. Biggs, watch his back.
Okay, that's that.
Another one. It seems they'll continue spawning so long as the monitor is operational. Ha, it's out of commission. The trick is to reverse the barrier's energy current. Well done, Wedge. That leaves just the enemy. Chief, the second cube's about to turn. Let's finish it quickly and be on our way.
Nice. Okay. Okay, we've got more enemies, this time some fans.
Right, the same approach as before. Wedge and Biggs, the monitor is yours. The rest of us will tend to the enemy. Whenever you're ready, Shauna. Be careful. The cubes are going to turn. Damn, they're spawning fast. Hurry, Wedge.
I'm
Another
so
monitor
tired
down.
right now.
Am I informed today or what? Bet you are, Wedge. Now, give us a moment while we clean things up.
I don't know why, but I just feel tired all of a sudden, despite the fact that I haven't really been like doing a whole lot, and I haven't been awake for like Satan all the time. Guess once we're done with this solo duty, I'm considering maybe just taking a very short, like 10-minute break-ish, so I can go and get some tea.
Biggs, this time you get a monitor as well. Shauna, you know what to do. I should think I'm no less qualified to tinker with these toys. Up here. I sense a formidable presence. A behemoth. We're going to have to roll up our sleeves. Never one for half measures, Omega. Haha, yes. My monitor's down. Grarr. Mine too. That should take care of the cubes. Great work, you two. Shauna, Nero, just a little further.
Alright, that's the end of the duty.
That's our goal, the Deltascape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that it groups subjects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await inside these egg-like objects, our fellow test subjects, most like. But I am not certain what to make of that castle. Could it somehow be connected to the subjects? Quay. Alpha. But hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one or the other of us be translucent? Subjects confirmed to have arrived at the Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal life forms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we're supposed to do, exactly? You are to enter the Deltascape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There is a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted. Garland. Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here.
Okay, speak with Sid.
PSHHH.
Oh.
It's somewhat cobbled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we will wade through this mire of mysteries eventually, of that I have no doubt.
Okay, so that's the first quest, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe the next one is gonna send us into the first raid. Gotta say, this place looks fucking weird. This is not what I expected. Anyway, I think I'm gonna take a very short little break just so I can make myself some tea, because I should honestly at this point be used to it, but I keep forgetting it, and I keep getting hit by basically just with the like, hey, guess what? You're now extremely fucking tired for no reason. I basically just keep getting hit with that essentially every single time I stream. And I should honestly make it a habit of just make some tea before a stream, so I don't have to constantly go out and like grab some more of it, or go out and make it while I'm streaming. So yeah, let's jump over here, and yeah, I'll be back in basically like 10 minutes ish, so at around 13, let's say 13 or 15 past the current time, so yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. So, see you in a bit. Okay, I am back. And apparently, someone in my FC have been talking about a piece of gear, apparently. This thing. Huh. And it's worth like decent amount, like 1.6 mil. Not bad. Okay, into the Delta Escape.
Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being. But we do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even its exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Delta Escape. Well, Alpha certainly seems keen. Though it might be best if you left the fighting to others, little one. That is, of course, assuming others are willing? What say you, old friend? This promises to be a most entertaining foray, and I would not dream of missing any part of it. You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were lying around, and shall extract all the information I can from them. Quay. 'Tis a pity none of us speaks Jacobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfer his authorization to us prior to engaging in combat. In which case, Shauna, you'll need him to accompany you into the Delta Escape. See to your preparations, and proceed whenever you are ready.
Request accepted.
Quay. Alpha appears eager to proceed. You may enter Delta Escape V1.0 whenever you are ready.
And Delta Escape V1 version 1.0 is now available. Okay, so it seems like the first one, for those who don't know, these are essentially the same as, like, kind of the same setup as, why am I playing on this now? The Course of Bahamut and the Alexander raids, more or less. Okay, so there's apparently only one boss in this fight, and the mechanics are actually not that long, the text. Okay, so let's see, it says here, in Delta Escape V1, a team of 8 players will engage and defeat Alti Royti. I don't know if that's correct, I'm just gonna call it the boss. The main mechanic of the fight revolves around flame orbs, which spawn in various patterns around the room after the boss casts flame. They start small, flare up and explode with almost no ground indicator. It is a good idea to avoid standing around them after they flare up. Hit you, they will deal heavy damage and apply vulnerability up. 2 attacks can move the flame orbs around. One is downburst, which knocks players and flame orbs away from the boss. Do not run into downburst circular AoE, as it will kill even a tank. The other is Breathwing. The boss will fly to one end of the arena, or one end of the room, near a flame orb, and knock all players away from that direction. Standing near him will allow you to avoid this attack. Boss will occasionally cast a lightning circle around players, spread out, and shared damage markers, so stack markers. Boss will also turn the ground into ice, making it hard to correctly execute these mechanics. Midway through the fight, the boss will start to cast classical elements, which is a combined attack involving several of the above mechanics. Okay. The boss will regularly cast Roar, a light range-wide damage attack. Later in the fight, boss will first cast Charpdis, I think it is, which sets everyone's HP to 1 and cannot be avoided or mitigated. Or casting Roar. Roar has a timer, so healers should replenish everyone's health during this time. The boss will also regularly cast Twin Bolt, which is a tank buster that hits the main tank and the nearest player. The main tank and alt tank should stand close to each other for this attack. There's also a tank buster attack without cast, so healers should be wary. Okay. Not that difficult, it would seem. Okay, and we have wait time of 10 minutes. Great. I guess while we wait, I can pull up something that I found shared in my FC's Discord the other day. Let's see. It's under FC News. There it is. Okay, so there was basically a weapon design contest here recently, and the winners were announced here. What? It was yesterday, apparently. Like in the very early morning, I believe. And I guess we can take a look at them. This one. Let's see here. Let me just adjust this thing a little bit. Let's see. Is this good enough? Yeah, that seems fine. So yeah, we basically have these weapons that were announced or revealed as winners. From what I understand, maybe some of these weapons will be... we basically have 2 weapons for each class, which are being planned to be implemented later in the game. And there's also like some other... like some rewards that the different people participated. Basically, the only classes that weren't involved in this contest were Reaper and Sage, apparently. But they're planning on having one later that focuses on those 2 jobs. So yeah, we basically have the grand prize winners to begin with, and then there's a bunch of finalists. So first we have the Paladin weapon. Or one of the Paladin weapons is basically just I would say a Horizon / like sky into space sort of sword. Don't know what to call it otherwise. And then sort of the same thing with the shield. Looks good. And one thing I love about this is the fact that a lot of the weapons, like, it seems like every single class got a serious weapon and a sort of joke / silly weapon. So in the case of Paladin, they're going to be getting a ladle and like pot lid, which I just fucking love. It's so silly. Let's see, Warrior got a buzzsaw axe of sorts, and a bombfish basher, which also looks a bit silly. Dark Knight got a, I don't know, kind of a little bit generic sword. I mean, it looks cool, but yeah, not really that interesting. And they also got a, I don't know what to call it, cherry blossom sakura-esque sword, just like pink and with flowers and everything. Kind of funny for Dark Knight. Gunbreaker got a Cerberus, I believe it's supposed to be, weapon. Let me actually do something here, because the pictures are not fully visible when I make the pic here. Let's do something like this. Yeah, it basically has like 3 cylinders and everything. As a Cerberus sort of thing on the like blade, I guess. And then they also get a shark sword, which like closes up and such. Looks pretty cool. Monk gets a like dragon's beard fist. Oh, and we got heal pop. Just going to do that, and then we can get back to this when we finish this one, I guess. Okay, does escape V1. Oh, I guess it's the snake creature that we're fighting.
Shauna, do you hear me? Your opponent is called Alderoite. No idea what the name means, but good luck.
So basically we stand away from the fire orbs, preferably. Especially when they flare up. There's Roar, that's the attack that basically just deals damage to everyone. Bolt. You know, it's the thing where it was like a bunch of different things that would happen. There's the downburst thing, which you should not be staying close to, I believe. I think I messed up some of my attacks there. There we go. First one down. 11 more to go, I believe. And I think everyone left. Yep, because I could hear that I got all the items. And I got 2 commendations apparently also.
Well done, my friend. We were lucky enough to witness every moment of your struggle via the Deltascape's various surveillance devices. I dare say we had a better view than you did. Gaining control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing, though I suppose we did also learn your adversary's name. Rest assured, however, that there will be plenty more such outings. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are 4 combatants in the Deltascape all told, including your friend ALDE Roite. Which means you will be required to win 3 further bouts, with deltas 2 to 4, in this test world alone. Needless to say, there are plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone to no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. Omega seeked to improve itself. To evolve. This was ever its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it groweth stronger. Having vanquished the vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, a greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had but to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to make a new playmate. And it chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference, yes. In part. The making of life is not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into the corporeal realm only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier even than Shinryu and then proceed to fight it. Gods help us all if a battle of that scale should come to pass. The powers unleashed would be enough to bring about another calamity. I'm assuming the dragon has the right of it, all test subjects must needs be works in progress, save for ourselves, of course. But how then do we explain Alpha? As I recall, it manifested corporeally outside the rift. Then again, it is hardly the most complex of creatures. Mayhap it was finished by accident. Don't you make fun of Alpha. He's a good boy, and if it hadn't been for him, we would all have been erased. He might not be strong, but he's brave. And reliable. And adorable.
Hell yeah, Wedge. It's a good boy. Don't diss Alpha.
Yar, changing the subject for a moment, Chief, after you lost track of Omega, you said you re-engaged its stasis systems, right? Meaning something somewhere isn't working like it should. I only ask cause me and Wedge have done pretty much all we can here, and we're wondering if it might be worth going to Cartino to look into it. That would be a great help. Nero and I can handle things at this end. We'll be off, then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Ed. And you be a good boy, Alpha. Do as you're told, and look after Shauna for me.
Okay. So, next quest. Which involves what? That is another raid. We basically have like the next 3 quests basically just involve us going and doing a raid. Let's see. A catastrophe waiting.
We must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we will have little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst, which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray? One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem Subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, that I but recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects, an anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well.
Okay. Speak with Alpha.
Quay. Alpha appears eager to proceed.
Okay, and skip 2. Okay, let's go with the strategy for this thing. So, boss has a lot of abilities, so you need to keep an eye on its cast bar to know what to do for each ability. Most of the abilities he uses will revolve around the duty action anti-gravity gimbal. When used, this will cause you to levitate above the arena. It's best to start the fight levitating to avoid the tremors and earthquake, which are used first. There's earthquake, arena-wide AoE is the entire party for large damage. You can levitate to avoid this. Paranormal wave, frontal cohort attack. Just don't stand in front of it. Evil sphere, moderate damage, tank buster attack. Okay, demon eye, turn away before the boss finishes the cast of this. Otherwise, you get a vulnerability stack. And there's 100G that will cancel your levitation. Anti-light. This move will have one of 3 outcomes. There's, let's see, purple orbs covering the arena floor. Levitate to avoid them. Gold orbs above the arena, make sure you stay on the ground. And both gold and purple orbs together. This one usually appears if everyone is already levitating. With this, go to the center of the arena. There's a safe zone there from the purple orbs. Boss will cast 100 G before the gold orbs explode. Drum you down into the safe zone. Okay, then there's Ethereal Rift. This move will slowly make you sink into the arena. Use your duty action to levitate and avoid this. Okay. Gravitational Explosion. This move will make one player levitate and also pretty stacking damage AoE on them. Everyone needs to levitate and stack with that player to share the damage. Then there's Maniacal Probe. Summons 4 tentacles in the cardinal directions of the arena. With a corruption aura around them. Once they spawn, they will have a blue arrow-like icon on them. It will follow default. I'm casting Epicenter. Shortly after this cast, you need to look the tentacle that no longer has the blue icon and move to stand directly on top of it. The remaining with a blue icon will cast a massive circle AoE, dealing huge damage. Each subsequent cast of Maniacal Probe / Epicenter rotation is used. There will be one more tentacle that keeps its blue icon. Then there's minus 100G. This will spawn 4 purple and gold anti-lights on top of each other. There will be 2 safe zones from the opposite ends of the arena. Shortly after the boss will fling everyone into the air, dealing around there's a bunch of damage on landing. Healers need to be ready with AoE heals, as he will also follow up with a couple of high damage AoE following the landing. Okay. Oh, while we wait, I guess we can look at more of the weapons. So we had the Dragon's Beard Fist, and then we have this one, which I fucking love. It's goddamn like shark like punching gloves. It's so good. It's so good. Then we have a lance, like a banner of sorts. It's fine. Then we have a literal cat toy. I love this one. This one is so dumb, but I love it. It's such a dumb idea for a weapon, but I just love it. Let's see, Ninja gets a, I don't know what's called this, a like cursed Sakura-esque dagger. It's the best way I can describe it, basically. And we also get a fork and a knife as weapons. I love the fact, like, I would say most of the, like, joke weapons are basically like something to do with food some way. Okay, then we have Samurai. We got a just a little katana that just looks cool, I guess. And then they also got an umbrella or parasol that basically has like a sword inside it. Looks cool. Bard gets a bow with just flowers on it and like a bird sitting on it, and apparently also it's me like as a quiver. You get like a birdhouse or something like that. They're also gonna get a bow with a squirrel on it, which looks cute. Machinist is gonna get a, I don't know what's called this. See, I don't know, it's apparently based on like ceramic paintings. So yeah. And then they're also gonna get a bouquet of flowers gun, essentially. This one just looks weird as well. Dancer is gonna get a weapon that kind of has like a sword through it. You can kind of see how it's apparently supposed to be held here. Apparently grip this part and you can swing it around. And then they're also going to be getting this, which I think is supposed to be sort of like, I don't know what's they call it, like a ceremonial dance sort of weapon. I guess is what it's supposed to be based on. Black Mage is apparently going to be getting a lantern. I kind of like this one because it just looks interesting. So, yeah. It's apparently based on Will of the Wisp, according to some of this description here. And then they're also going to be getting a spoon with some cups on top of it, which also looks just silly. Summoner is going to be getting... I don't really know what's this supposed to represent. I guess it's just like a book with a bird and so on. Looks cool. I really like this one though. This is actually just like it's essentially just a journal. I like it. It's cute. There's like some stickers from the different city-states. A Phoenix Down, a quill, little carbuncle, like face on it, the 3 gems, or I guess actually not all of the gems for like the summons, because I remember correctly it's like there's fire. I guess that would be Ifrit, and it would have to be a green one. I guess maybe it's for like for the original carbuncles that you would summon. Red Mage is gonna be getting this thing. Yeah, I guess this is the thing they hold in their left hand, and then they have just curved sort of, I don't know what's called it, blade, rapier, and then they're also going to be getting an umbrella. The small, like, I don't know what's called that even. Blue Mage is also going to be getting an umbrella apparently. A pretty fancy one. And what looks to just be like a old cane. Yeah. Nice. Let's see, White Mage. Just a crescent moon sort of staff with a bunny. Didn't notice that until now. Nice. There's small flowers there that might be lilies. I'm not entirely sure though. Yeah. Oh, there's also a small bunny at the bottom of the staff. Nice. And then there's a fork with a cake. That one's also just kind of silly. Scholar. I really like this one actually. It's a palette, like for painting essentially. It's just kind of, I don't know, creative. You can also see the fairy that scholars summon. Just kind of looks pretty cool. And then there's this one which has, I believe that's supposed to be both of the fairies that you can summon, and then I don't know, that's, I think it's basically just based around the 2 fairies. Then there's this one that is extremely fucking like complex with like instructions on how the weapon would basically go from like when it's pulled out to sheathed. So much fucking detail on it. Also, we are ready to enter the fight. Oh, we're going under here.
Ah, there it is. Catastrophe, a fitting name for the havoc it will doubtless wreak. Have fun, now.
Okay, catastrophe. We have a blue bunny on our team. Down here, there's Evil Sphere. I don't remember what that did. Jeez. Yeah, that was the thing with like blue arrows we need to look out for. There's one that doesn't have it. Reduce to any of them. Okay, those the purple ones, that means go up. Right. Oh. And all four DPS just died. Well, shit. To be honest, I didn't really fully understand that one.
You know, like ground, I make you fly.
That's... I'm not gonna worry about the mechanic currently, I'm just gonna focus on ABS. Okay. Apparently people are hitting on these things. So far these have actually been going pretty fast considering the fact that it's dimensional disruption. Huh. Yeah.
A rousing performance, made possible by my anti-gravity gimbal.
Yeah. So far these have been going pretty fast at the rate, since it's only like one room, one boss. Who knows if it's gonna stay that way.
Lest you wonder, you are not supposed to be able to descend of your own volition. The device worked quite as intended. It just wasn't intended for use on living, well, let's just say it wasn't exactly its intended use. At any rate, that's another mighty folate low. And may I say that I had every faith you would succeed.
Okay. The Croak Queen.
I doubt we'll be hearing from Biggs and Wedge for a while yet. Shall we push on here in the meantime? Reliable as ever. Without further ado, then, let us move things along. According to the analysis, your next opponent, Delta 3, is a being named Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus, you say? The Queen of Dimension Castle? What's this? You know of her? You mean you don't? Well, I suppose a blue-blooded brat such as you would have no interest in humble folk tales. It appears a lesson is in order. Halicarnassus is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such things are wont to unfold, she meets her end at the hands of the heroes, incurably valiant youths not unlike our adventurer friend here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could be loosely based on events which took place in the Fourth Astral Era, but little remains of that age, and there is no way to verify the claim. Indeed, most now assume the story to be a work of pure fiction. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? 'Twould seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of that which men know and know not. Mark me, then. Omega hath no soul. No mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's conception. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of its experience. It possesseth the means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection. Yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the distinction holdeth no meaning for Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, it can be created. Ha ha ha. That such a wondrous weapon should exist. It surpasses my wildest imaginings, and they were wild indeed. But I gather not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet, Nero. We adults are thinking. But mayhap now is not the time. Shauna said she was ready to continue, and so am I. Let's deal with Halicarnassus.
Okay, so that means they'll escape 3.
Quay. Alpha appears eager to...
Okay. Okay, so let's quickly look at the mechanics. Okay, so there's Ribbit, Frontal Cone AoE. Attack that turns you into frogs. Cast this almost first thing into the fight. Watch when she turns and get behind her. She will aim this anywhere. There's Blizzard Blade, circular AoE that freezes you. Get out. So let's get away from her, guys. Thunder Blade, line AoE. So yeah, Fire Blade. Donut-shaped AoE. Just get into her hitbox in my case. Bullet Blade marks up players or people with spread markers, or stack markers, or both. Spread/stack appropriately. Then there's the game. Turns the floor into either roll icons, blue shield, green cross, red sword, or frog icons. If they are roll icons, stand on the one appropriate with class you're playing. If they are frogs, she is going to use ribbit soon. Get hit by it, then stand on the panels. She often pairs ribbit with this for the roll icons. Careful, if you're a samurai, for example, and you get hit by ribbit, you'll still get punished even if you're standing on the DPS panel. Okay, so then there's Dark Peace. Boss places untargetable ads on the arena that makes AoEs. First time it happens, the center is safe. She pairs this with thin cone attacks targeting each raid member. Avoid them. They knock back and apply vulnerability up. Dark Peace can also place them on the outside of the arena. When this happens, pop sprint, because there will be one safe square to get to when they initiate their attack. When the board changes to black and blue, apparently, the Queen's game will hit everyone not in a blue space with damage and vulnerability up. Stay on the blue tiles. And there's Palace Peace, summons a dragon. It has a frontal cast as Cleave Buster that applies vulnerability up. All tanks pick it up and drag it, so he is standing on a blue space. The dragon is facing away, and the DPS can stand in a blue space too. Prepare to dice quickly. And there's March, or Horse March, left face, right face. Horse March makes you walk forward where you're facing. Left face makes you straight left, and vice versa for right face. Experience these with movement based mechanics, so angle / position appropriately. First time you see it after the dragon ad. or is after the Dragonette. If it's Force March, aim yourself along the diagonal blue squares. So you end up on 1. Left face turns to be 90 degrees perpendicular along the blue line. Later she'll use these with Holy Blade stack. Everyone should stack behind the boss, facing her exactly. The Holy Stack blows up soon after. As soon as it detonates, she hurls a lightning blade towards you guys, so scatter left and right. And there's Ethereal Tear. Transports you to wait, what? To Team Rocket's hideout. Transports you to Team Rocket's hideout. Am I reading this fucking correctly? What? Transports you to Team Rocket's hideout. Sand tiles will shunt you in the direction they flow. Walk out into the sand and attempt to make it to the tear across the arena. What? The fuck does it mean by Team Rocket's lair or hideout? Oh well. Well, back to the weapons. Yeah, I feel like this Astrologian weapon is really like complex for what they have come up with. Like they have instructions here for like all the things that this thing does when it like becomes sheathed. So like telescope goes in, there's a thing here that apparently goes in as well. Stops having the constellations. This entire thing here apparently turns like so it's downward. And like this measuring thing, I think it is, like goes up, and then this circular thing that I guess spins around normally, basically just be around this way. And then there's a snow globe or Astrologian, which is just kind of cute. And that is basically all of the weapons that have one. Then there's of course finalists, which there are a lot of, and some of them I kind of wish had actually won. Also, so let's see, we have Meteor's Fall and Meteor's Impact for Paladin. Honestly looks kind of cool. Veterinarian Knight, Sword and Shield. Pretty simple. Gun Weapons, apparently, is what this is called. Or Primitive Tiny of the Memory. Looks pretty cool. And Wings Up Obstitience. Or Obstinance. I don't really know, but yeah. This is just a wing for Sword and Shield. Pretty cool. Broken Soul and Broken Mind. Honestly looks pretty cool. Just like broken weapons essentially. That then like magic that comes out of them. And their unsheath could honestly be pretty cool. Then Holy Promise and Holy Pledge. Just like they are just folded in, and then when you pull them out, you just have like holy energy essentially just pouring out of them. Just looks honestly pretty cool. Let's see, and then there's Surrey, Concerto. I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, but it looks good. And yeah, another Sword and Shield. Let's see, there's this. I haven't looked at all of them fully, but I've looked at some of these weapons here yesterday. This one looks like it's those crystals are projecting the blade. And we have Q that popped. So, V3. Fools are these who have entered my domain. No matter, you shall remain here for my pleasure.
There is no escape. You shall be a pawn in my games unto death.
And I get hit by its toad, which I didn't notice.
Dances art in motion, and no one dances more artfully than I. Look upon these symbols. You will find them familiar. A shield to block, a sword to strike, a cross to heal. Choose wisely, or pay the price. Good, you understand the rules. You're clever. I like clever people. Let the board be changed. My dance brings the board to life.
Okay, there's the dragon.
My dance brings the board to life. Now then, let us have a race. Run, run, as fast as you can. My dance brings the board to life.
Oh shit.
My dance brings the board to life. For a change of pace, let us play an escape game.
That was the one with like. Okay, I
While you
wasn't
partake
looking
of
for
the
that.
game, I shall partake of afternoon tea. A starry gift comes for you, but you will not wish to be around to receive it. Escape swiftly, and you may well earn a prize.
Don't know why it's on the wiki it said like Team Rocket's hideaway or hideout.
I have long drained my cup. Such insolence to keep a lady waiting. Afternoon tea is over. Let us resume our fun-filled games. Look upon these symbols. You will find them familiar.
Nice. And I think people just left. Yep. Still wondering. Might need to go and spin some of these poetics tombstones at some point.
I'm glad you're safe, Shauna. For a moment there, I feared you might croak. Forgive me. You deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are but one victory away from clearing the Delta Scape. Take as much rest as you need, old friend. You've earned it.
Avoid at all costs.
The next battle is with Subject Delta 4, this test world's final resident. From what I have been able to gather, your opponent is, and I quote, a great tree born of an agglomeration of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage. All of which I suggest you ignore. His name is XIV, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale. Though I was unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the work, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts. But I am quite sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when XIV calls upon the power of the void. Which is to say, beware. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil and the heroes defeat XIV, of course. What did you expect? I expected exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. If the heroes won, why did Omega not make them its test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated?
Good question.
One moment, Link Pearl. Ah, Biggs. At the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well. I'll tell the others. You two take care over there. Sorry for the interruption. That was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact that it clearly isn't. It can only be a malfunction. While we were able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by Alagan standards. While they may be able to fix it, there's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting the good fight here, must we not? Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on XIV would seem to be our only recourse. The Chocobo certainly has no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in the footsteps of the heroes of the tale.
with Alpha.
Quay. Alpha is the pick.
And join that one. Okay, so let's see here. Strategies. The boss will cast 3 spells regularly throughout the fight. The effects of these spells will change based on whether or not he is channeling energy from the large void orb outside of the arena. When he does, he will visibly face the orb and will tether to it, at which point players should watch out for more dangerous variations of spells, which there will be no other indication of the different effect. So there's Blizzard. Normally it will place AoEs under some players, and that will detonate out the cast. If it's Void, basically if it's powered up, at 75% of the cast bar, 25% of the cast bar start moving and keep moving until you see yourself take damage. If you're standing still, the damage hits, be frozen for 8 seconds and gain a vulnerability stack. So just it's a Void, and I get the Blizzard, start moving, it seems. If it's there's Thunder. If you're hitting Tank Buster, will also apply lightning resistance down. Choose to use damage reduction cooldowns, and tanks swap at 2 stacks. It's Void. It's a massive AoE attack centered on the boss that stuns and gives 3-second paralysis and applies vulnerability up. And then there's Fire, places red markers on several players, which will detonate for AoE damage around them, spread as appropriate. And if it's Void boosted, it applies Pyretic debuff to everyone. Actions, movement, and auto attacks will all inflict damage, so don't attack. He will also cast the following spells throughout the fight. There's Doom. At the start of the fight, he would Doom on 2 targets. Healers will have 2 Izuna away. There's Vacuum Wave. This knocks you back a considerable distance. Later on in the fight, the arena walls will be destroyed, and this can knock you off the arena to your death. Good to know. Then there's Holy. Usually the follow-up to Vacuum Wave, stack behind the boss to share damage. Then there's Decisive Battle. This will be cast at 66% and 33% health. He will disappear, and a meteor marker will appear in the center of the arena. Run to the edge of the arena to reduce proximity damage. Once the meteor hits, a giant head will appear in the center. Directly on the head is an AoE that inflicts heavy and a dot. To avoid running through the head, players should run behind it. Avoid getting hit by a conal AoE the head will cast after a short time. Getting hit will inflict zombification, making you uncontrollable. Controllably chase other players to attack them. Out of the first time it's cast, the boss will now also begin casting Flare and Black Holes. Boss will cast Decisive Battle again at 33% and will also spawn vines in a ring that will attack will also spawn vines in a ring that will attack facing the edge of the arena, forcing players closer to the proximity marker. There will be a massive vine leaving. There will be a missing vine leaving a safe spot to distance yourself from the main AoE, after which the head will appear like last time. Then there's Black Holes. Out of the first decisive battle, XIV will now cast Black Holes. These will appear around the arena and cause damage if you stand in them, so avoid standing in them. Then there's Flare. 3 players will get marked with spread markers, 3 white outward pointing arrows. Marked players should distance themselves from the main party as well as each other to prevent proximity damage. Okay. And while we wait for the rest, we might as well look some more weapons. Kind of wish that this one I actually won, because this one just looks cool. Essentially a, I guess, sort of Sakura, just plant-based axe. Looks pretty cool, and also pretty good. There's this one, which is a crystal sword axe. Looks pretty cool. Would have apparently had a sort of glowing effect. Then there's this one, a Namasu mallet. Kind of wish that that one had actually won as well. That one just looks fucking silly. Then there's this one, Cubic Desolation. Basically just a, I don't know, an axe that's made out of cubes, it seems. Okay. Dark Knight, there's Stormbringer, which seems to be a sword that would be like close together normally, and then it would fold out to be, I don't know, a bigger blade. It would have like, I don't know, lightning sort of effects on it. Then there's this one, which is seemingly a like crystal sort of blade that has effect and is sort of like moon sort of based, moon dark based, dark crystal apparently is what it's called. And let's see, the King's Ego. Looks pretty cool. Not much else to say, it's just a like golden sort of blade. Like some beads apparently as the grip. There's this one. I don't know what's called. Say about it. It could look like a little bit like a, I don't know, it kind of gives me like vampire vibes from it. And then there's this thing. It seems like it would have like an eye and then just a bunch of blades. Let's see, Gunbreaker. A musket? I think it's basically just a rifle of some sort. Pretty simple, let's be honest. This one is apparently called Phoenix Feather. Looks pretty cool. Nice big glowing blade. Rift's Resolve. It's apparently the name of this one. Sort of glowing blade and everything. Pretty cool. Okay, there's this one which just looks like a giant sword of sorts. And then of course with the like gun part, it seems. And what about this one? Big curved black sword. Then the gun part. Pretty cool. Nephrite Fist, I think it was called. Basically just bandages with a, I don't know, chain going around the hand. Cool enough. Prototype Elegant Gauntlets. Really, they were supposed to be like closed like this and glowing blue, and then you basically like, I don't know, unsheath them. They would like pop open, like here for example, and have like red stuff. Apparently also have steam, I guess. This one would honestly have been pretty cool. Just bandages, just bandages. pretty simple, would honestly probably have been a very popular one. And then one that I fucking wish they had actually like picked. Cat fists. You would have been able to just punch people with a cat's ass. This would have been so fucking silly, but also so great at the same time. Let's see. And there's these that I haven't looked at yet. Okay, so from what I can see, it looks like basically have like this part on your hand, and then you have these rings that like extend out on your gun sheath, and then there's this cloth that also like unfurls, and then when it's not, like when it's sheathed, like goes around your hands or something like that. Onyx liths, I think maybe that's how it's pronounced. It's like a woolen sort of glove. Some glowing gems on it. Some beads. I don't really know what else to say about it. Let's see, Dragoon. Sort of lance halberd, maybe? I don't really know what to call it. Just glowing weapon with like a glowing sort of scarf, cloth sort of thing. Honestly, a pretty simple spear from what I would say. It looks like it's supposed to have like a maybe gun mechanism on it. Dragon Song Sword Spear. Not bad. I guess that's supposed to be a I don't know, Ishgard inspired spear. From what I can see over here, it's supposed to I don't know, pay tribute in a way to commemorate the end of the Dragon Song War. Would be pretty cool. I guess just a spear with like wings instead of, I don't know, blades. And this is kind of just a, I don't know, it's standard. It's just like the banner wrapped around thing that holds it, and then there's just a small bogey pit. And this looks like a ice, I would almost say, inspired spear. Very fine sort of details up in the blade itself. And then there's this one, which would apparently have had like glowing effects down along the handle. I don't know what it's supposed to be called or anything, but it looks like it's simple, but looks nice. Let's see, ninja weapons. A bunny you would hold by its ears, and then there would be like a carrot as the blade. Nice. This looks like a, I think it's supposed to be a fan of sorts. It would have like a knife part to it as well. That's the best way I can describe that one. This one would have been just a big blade with a chain and such. Kind of reminds me of a character from Bleach's weapon. From, at least I feel like, kind of gives me a vibe of one of the characters from there. And what is this one? It just kind of looks like a normal, elegant weapon, just, I don't know, I would kind of think of just something like that flips out when you pull it out. Let's see. There's this one. Just a big curved sword inside a tree. Piece of wood. Swords. But there's a small handle. Honestly, the sheath and the sword looks pretty cool. I just think the reason this one probably didn't win is because it... I don't know if they can actually make like extremely like curved blades for samurai. I don't remember seeing any of that are this curved. So I don't know if that would really work. Especially considering they need to like follow certain animations. I don't know why this one gives me sort of... This one kind of gives me a bit of like... I don't know what to call it. Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance vibes. And also kind of a vibe from... what is his name again? Sinos. In a way, it kind of gives me that vibe. Let's see, then there is... Let's load this one. Gotta be honest, there are parts of this one that I don't fully understand. Oh, and we got the cube up. Finally, it is in my grasp, the power to control all creation, the power of the void.
Shall all be given to the void.
And I got Doom, hoping the healers notice and remove it. Good. There's the Tank Buster.
Magic is steeped in the greatest of powers, the power of the void.
Get far enough away from the boss there. I messed that one up. I thought it would actually target specific people, but it didn't.
My true strength lies in the void, and in the void all is laid bare.
Go away.
Provoking me. I shall send you to your doom. void devour you.
Okay, so that's basically just the black holes, don't stand those. Didn't really have a chance to get far away from that. Almost dead. I'll slowly use them to break down to just get some more damage in. I'm the Delta, I'm the Omega. One has been completed. Nice. Why the void was mine to command. And he probably gets sucked back in or into that hole. How could it? Those escape complete. And one of those monitor things came down. Or level shakers, I guess.
Delta 4 eliminated. No more Delta escape subjects remain. Initiating world shutdown.
Okay. And apparently I got a minion from that one. Wind up XIV.
Shauna. Thank the gods you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, we feared the worst. Given that all of us are present and corporeal, does this mean this area is no longer the Delta Escape? Delta Escape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your hurts and await further instructions. And with that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. It hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can.
Okay.
Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. 'Tis well that thou harborest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its tests in complete secrecy, unbeknown to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha. What art thou, truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph? Or the bait that lureth them unto the abyss? Thou knowest not thine own purpose. Then we can but watch and wait. Outcome unexpected. Projections gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test, subject Alpha group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found, the death of a comrade.
Wait, hold on. What? What does it mean by that?
Ah, it feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha, fearlessly going into battle whenever you were called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigation thus far. No rest for the righteous.
Okay. The anomaly.
Right then, let's head back to Ralgra's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to.
Okay, so let's see here. We're gonna have 2 quests where there's no raids, and then we are gonna get started on the next set of raids. The so-called Sigma raids. Which are basically just like the Second Code of Bahamut or Soul of the Father, I believe, from Alexander.
Welcome back, Shauna. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, what with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone. Irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it.
You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion. Though I may have exercised some executive discretion.
I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors, or your habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way, it doesn't make it the right way. And until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside. Aren't you just the most adorable little thing?
Yes, he is.
He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets.
Oh, You can't be. What in the seven hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now?
Oh? I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though.
I don't like the sound of this. Though we have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theater of war, and one littered with unknown Alagan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them.
Leaving again so soon? Nero, Shauna, I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours.
Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Quay. Want to come along, Ed? It's probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse is liable to take a mold of you. Right, let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridaniac. Wait for me at the landing.
Okay. Let's go down here then. Actually, first, let me just go to
Initializing. No data available.
Can't do anything with that then. Omega parts exchange. Don't know what the data log exchange is. Maybe that's maybe what that is. Savage, maybe. So I can exchange these things for gear at least. Which seems to be samurai themed. How does the full set of that actually look? I think specifically this stuff for samurai. Like this one, and this one also looks decent, I would say, if you go for a like samurai sort of, but I feel like this one is kind of gotta be completely honest. What about the ninja version? Not bad. And the ranged is not like that, mainly because I believe the right hand is the like one that would like pull the bow back and whatnot. What does the full scouting set actually look like? Not half bad. Helmet's a little weird in a way, but the rest of it isn't bad, to be honest. Anyway, off to Gridania and talk to Sid. I just remembered there's also an event happening right now. Should probably do that one tomorrow. Alright, let me actually first check here. Is it... It is not at the actual airship landing, it is... Or actually another thing about it is... I forgot that Gridania doesn't have a airship landing the same way that Limsa and Ulda has. It's just like right down here.
Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Cartino Flats. Go on ahead to the control room, Shauna. We'll follow as soon as we've moored the Excelsior.
Oh. They seem to have been fighting some creature in here.
He is unconscious.
Now that they're dead, they're just probably conscious, as it said with Biggs.
7 hells. Biggs, Wedge. Are you all right? Answer me. Chief. Shauna. A monster appeared out of thin air. Targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled.
So that's what it was trying to do.
Omega. You set that thing upon them. Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you. However, they are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it.
Shit.
Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged, evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly, those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. So putting on a show at the Yon and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order. A threat. A declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. Twould seem we have much to ponder. But first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them.
feel like Biggs is gonna be the biggest problem. We probably just drop a wedge on Alpha and he could take care of it.
Garland and Alpha took our 2 wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are to return to Ralgra's Reach and report to Jesse.
Okay. Someone's chasing them.
Shauna, I heard there was trouble. What in the 7 hells happened?
Well, you see, Omega can spawn things just anywhere that can, like, literally kill everyone.
What? Omega loosed a fiend on Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. This is madness. Sir. Will they be all right?
The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time.
Then all we can do is wait and pray.
Bah. God strike me down for a fool. I should have been more mindful of the dangers. I should never have. Should never have what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom. And as the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. The responsibility. Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You are deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards, and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. 'Twas in the wake of your old man's mishap at Bosja, I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is, embrace who you are, a man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgard Sormer has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend, so please, for Biggs and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose.
I'll try not to.
Quay.
I reckon the little scamp is trying to encourage us.
We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former tribunus. Until such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you will find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good morrow to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available on the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow or other.
Okay. Delta Force. So, the complete Omega escape, or Omega Delta escape, and let's go Datascape the leader. This one have. Assuming this one probably has something like a complete. Yep, complete Datascape X amount of times. 10 times in total. What's this
Initializing.
one?
Welcome. How may I assist you today?
Access the Savage Initiative?
Good morrow, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. Tell me, are you getting enough rest? Are you sleeping and eating well? Are your eyes not blurry from overuse? Here at the Garland Iron Works, your well-being is our priority. To that end, we have introduced a program to address work-related stress. Dubbed the Savage Initiative, for we must be savage on stress, it adds a touch of relaxation to the daily grind. For its maiden feature, we are pleased to bring you mending melodies, songs that soothe body and soul. This particular piece was composed and recorded for our benefit by a minstrel of no small renown. It has been proven to possess potent healing properties, and promises to promote happiness as well as stimulate creativity. Please be forewarned, however, that prolonged exposure may overstimulate the imagination, leading to the augmentation of one's memory. It is recommended that you enjoy the song in moderation. With that, I bid you a fulfilling day of striving for freedom through technology.
Oh my god. So listening to that song basically unlocks Datascape Savage. Okay. Well, return to the rift.
Shauna, I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the Yon. I've a nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next stage of its experiment. But Master Garland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief?
Our colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the Yon. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Alderoite made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contest that awaited us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents. Plucked from the pages of both history and fiction for their ability to pose a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous. He says with eyes aflame. For once, I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that it is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse, not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzea. Well, Shauna, are you ready to answer the call?
Not much of a choice.
Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center.
Yes, of course. We'll just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry, Nero and I will see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. Quay.
I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me.
Hey. Aww. It's an Ironworks outfit.
A custom-made Ironworks uniform. Oh, you do look smart, I must say.
So adorable.
He is part of the expedition team, after all. And considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment.
How very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise.
Unlike you, I can do two things at once.
Oh my god. What about my protective equipment? I wish I had that uniform. Let's go with that one.
Really? I wouldn't be seen dead in it.
This is perfectly acceptable attire for an engineer. Sturdy, practical, and best of all, most stains will scrub right out. I'm not sure it'd last long on you, what with all the fighting, but if you're desperate for a set, you're welcome to have a word with our tailors.
Fascinating though this discussion of Ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is, might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the Yon? Omega awaits.
Okay, off to Yon then. Okay, so down to the Yon again. It is still just the purple goop. That hasn't changed. And it looks like we have another one of these couple things also. Is that? I don't remember that stuff being down there before. There's stuff floating around down there now.
How inviting. I'm ready when you are, Shauna. Say the word, and we'll take the plunge.
Apparently there's a solo duty that we need to do before we can
Right,
get
then,
further.
into the Yon we go. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide.
I don't remember that giant eye there in the middle before. I guess we are also in a different area. I guess.
Well, the rift seems much as it did before. And we appear to be mercifully solid. Ah, but I do detect some changes. If I am not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, 'T would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest, wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result, except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please, examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine. What hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight. Win. Evolve. Then I will return to. Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. Complete. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path, and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It seems we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff, then? Ah, those are some nice cards. Which means. One moment. Card. Game, play. You mean to play a part in proceedings this time? Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha.
Okay, let's get through the obstacle course. Or not really obstacle course, but just the obstacles that's been made. Reach the
There's no
Sigma's
avoiding
gate.
this evaluation. Let's watch our step though, at one of Omega's monitors. On your mark, Shauna. Ah, of course it's shielded. Leave the barrier to me. Alpha, mind the trap. Well, you're stuck for now. That's that taken care of. Child's play. It's been a poor welcome thus far. Let's just move along, shall we?
Guys, just use the teleporter. Okay.
Shauna. Alpha. They're not here. We've arrived on different platforms. Come, Nero, we have to find them. Ah, we have other visitors first. And they don't seem keen on letting us pass. My, aren't there a lot of them? You just had to bemoan our poor welcome, didn't you? You cannot blame a new employee for craving a challenge. No sign of thy companions. Fight on, mortal. Quake.
That takes out a card.
Oh ho,
Oh.
a timely trick. Thou didst mimic the action well. Over there. A flash of light. It could be Shauna and the others. Splendid. Let's get on with it, then. Right, are we ready to, apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. Heh heh heh. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation.
What?
Behold. The Mark 88 Iron Nero, complete with the new and improved Mighty Mjolnir gun hammer.
He just puts on his old
Step
outfit.
aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation.
Okay. Iron Nero. Okay. And we're not quite done yet. Okay, is Elf gonna destroy them?
Was that one of your cards? Good work, Alpha. Finally, a proper challenge. I trust those tedious barriers are behind us? It would appear so. Let's finish this.
Nice.
That seems to be the end of them, and of the path, as well. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used, Alpha. Care to explain? He boasteth that it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgard Sormr, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me, the mighty Wyrm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn unto this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Hydaelyn, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the Sigmascape. Enter, and commence the contest.
Okay. Still wondering about what is
The
this
kettle
thing?
is empty.
What is this
The
thing?
kettle is empty. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past. But as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we had best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of the Sigmascape, shall we?
Okay. No slowing down.
Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test world you need to conquer. The Sigmascape. Is that a mask, or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we'll have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. Hardly the best way to enter into a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join her, Alpha? We seem to be fine out here, but Shauna will need your authorization if she's to do battle inside the test world. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could be almost anything.
Okay.
Quakeway. Alpha appears eager to proceed.
Okay, so Sigmascape is now available. So let us jump into that one. Alright, so let's see here. Strat. Let's see, we have apparently the boss called Ghost Train, it seems. Players will find themselves within a rectangular shaped arena in the form of a moving train cart. It is impossible to fall over the edge during normal mode, but players can be whisked away from the battle should they fail specific mechanics, resulting in them being locked within a train carriage, away from the main battle, at least until the player defeats a ghostly threat that is also contained within. Below is a list of all mechanics encountered during the battle. Okay, so there is Ghost Block, creates 4 square telegraphs to the center of the arena. From front to back, I don't really know what that means entirely. Description of it. Which will soon be inhabited by creepy ghosts. Once fully spawned, players will be unable to traverse through the squares, which will remain as impassable obstacles as long as they persist. Take note, any players who remain within the squares once the ghosts have fully formed will immediately be slain. So don't stand in the squares that appear. Head-on collision creates a proximity marker at the front of the arena, encouraging players to retreat. After a brief delay, the mysterious ghost train will ram the cart, inflicting unavoidable damage and knocking back the entire raid. All players will suffer damage relative to how close they were to the point of impact. And there's Spotlight 1. After ramming the arena, the ghost train will emit 2 circular spotlights on the platform. The introductory spotlights will always be static and aimed at the front of the 2 ghost blocks. Once detonated, the ghosts hit by the light will vanish, removing the obstacles they once provided. Keep this in mind for later. Also, players caught within spotlights, once they detonate, will suffer tremendous, typically fatal damage, so avoid at all costs. And then there is Spotlights 2. 2 random players will find themselves being marked, while 2 more circular spotlights materialize within the arena. Unlike the previous static spotlights, these will begin to move towards the marked players, following their movements for a brief period. After a few seconds, the spotlights will finally cease movement and detonate, inflicting massive damage on anyone caught within them. As mentioned above, players will be able to utilize spotlights to vanquish any ghost within the arena, such as the 2 remaining ghost blocks at the back of the train. Though this isn't necessary. And there's Diabolical Headlamp. Marks a random player with a noticeable line-up marker. After a brief delay, the ghost train will emit a beam of blinding light in the direction of the marked player that must be shared by the raid. Unlike regular stack markers, the damage will be shared as long as players are lined up, meaning anyone can help share the damage so long as they are within the line, no matter how far away they are from the initial target. Then there's Diabolical Whistle 1. Creates 2 new ghosts within the arena that immediately tether themselves to random players. After fully forming, the ghost will slowly begin to change their tethered victim around the arena. Simultaneously, 2 other players will be marked for spotlights, which will also track their movements around the platform. Having witnessed the spotlights destroying ghosts early in the encounter, players will utilize this knowledge and coordinate themselves so that the ghosts move inside the spotlights as they detonate. If successful, the ghosts will be destroyed. Okay, if unsuccessful, the remaining ghosts will slowly begin to gather speed until it becomes impossible to avoid them. In such a case, the tethered victims will eventually be caught and whisked away to a passenger car. And then there's the passenger car, a micro arena containing a ghostly threat, either one or of 2 forms of ghosts, similar to those encountered earlier, or Siegfried, a ghostly swordsman. No matter what encounter awaits, players will be unable to exit the passenger car until the ghostly presence has been vanquished. Let's see, then there's Doomstrike, a tank buster. Diabolical Wind marks 2 players with the moderate size green circles. At delay, both players will be bombarded with gusts of wind, dealing damage to the target and any other overlapped players. Marked, simply move away from the rest of the group to avoid inflicting unnecessary damage to your teammates. Then there's Diabolical Wisdom 2, spawns numerous ghosts to the east and west of the platform that will eventually begin to travel towards the opposite side, forcing the raid to weave between them. Should any player collide with a ghost, it will be whisked away to the passenger car. Diabolical Light marks 2 players with large pulsating circles, which, after a brief delay, causes said players to drop proximity markers at their current location. Once they've been dropped, the raid will have a brief moment to retreat away from their locations. It's wise to have players drop their proximity markers to the far south, allowing the raid to maintain uptime on the ghost train to the far north. Okay. And then there's Acid Rain bombards the arena with Acid Rain, which is very wide damage. Okay. Then there's apparently also a ad phase, but I guess we can look at some more of the weapons. Let's see. This is just a stylized katana. Metz, I think it's pronounced. And another katana that doesn't have any, like, I'm forgetting what the handguard, I think it's maybe called. That might not be the right word, but something like that. Let's see, barred weapons. That's a bow with like a crystal and a butterfly and such. And that was the Q that popped. And yet we are literally on a ghost or on a train, seems okay.
Shauna, we've located the correct data. Your opponent appears to be a train. Here it comes.
What the fuck? Our boss is a fucking train. So that was the like those are the things we're not supposed to get inside. Those are the spotlights that we're supposed to not get hit by, apparently.
The data suggests extraordinary purification properties.
Those were the ones that they could easily play somewhere.
detected significant spectral activity. Find a way to banish them.
This is the one where we need to make sure that we are played by the ghosts. I'm not the one with it. Acid rain. And I guess that is the advance. Wait, what? Okay, so... we're attacking fucking chimney? There we go. Guess we need to go into the passenger car. I just messed it up. Or didn't do it 100% correct. Nice. If I'm not mistaken, I think this might have been a reference to a previous Final Fantasy game where you like fight a fucking train. And you can apparently suplex the train for some reason. But yeah, I'm thinking about it, didn't... Yep, I got a pet boar. Nice. That was Sigmascape 1. Traveler from afar. Thank you for Doma. Wait, what? Huh? Huh?
The kettle is empty. Ahahaha. The glorious absurdity of it all. Even you must have managed to smile. One wonders what Omega has in store for you next. A delinquent rowing boat, perhaps. Or an angry cable car. Thank the gods you are fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had a bad experience with the train.
I actually think I just realized why the console games wiki said that one of the bosses in Omega, or does escape the like in this one, might mention like Team Rocket hideout. I just realized why it basically said it was like Team Rocket's hideout. It's because of the like in Team Rocket's hideouts, they would often have like those panels that you would walk onto that would throw you in a direction, and you would basically have to like figure out the right path. That was essentially what the sand did. Now it makes so much more sense why it was referred to as the Team Rocket hideout. Ooh, we get a secret gift from this one. An unfinished masterpiece.
I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as Chad Arnook. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that's taken up residence within the picture, but the picture part will be key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together a little something I thought might be useful. Thrown together, he says. Do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical applications? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due, well done. History will appreciate my genius. Ahem. To you I present the fruits of my labor, the Chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say that I have adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall depend entirely upon your own artistic sense. Now, back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly valued the efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero, I apologize for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing.
And they start to argue.
Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards, its face illustrated with a depiction of spring water. Quay? Quay. Alpha appears keen to begin the next encounter. You may enter Sigmascape V2.0 whenever you are ready.
Okay. So this one. Okay, and that has a very short wait time. Let's maybe just quickly read the strats, because I did look at it. There are quite a few, and I kind of want to make sure that I don't fuck this up for the rest of the party. Okay, so let's see what it says here. You find yourself in a square-shaped art gallery surrounded by mysterious paintings, one of which is haunted by a Charternook, a ghostly specter that harnesses power by possessing paintings that represent various elements. You will also notice 4 blank canvases on the ground, which, when stood on, will be interacted with using the Chocobo brush. You do the action to prepare for upcoming attacks. Okay, so general mechanics. You will notice 4 distinct paintings dropped or propped up in each corner of the arena that represents various elements: a giant rock, earth, a wall of flame, fire, an underseas escape, water, and a swirling green vortex wind, as well as 1 large portrait outside of the arena that represents the goddess, an untargetable threat that will bombard players with various auto attacks throughout the encounter. The battle will commence as soon as players move close to the goddess painting, causing the Charternook to emerge after a brief introductory animation. Below is a list of all mechanics encountered during the battle and how to deal with them. Alright, so Goddess. A possessed painting that peppers the second highest enmity target throughout the battle with various auto attacks. It's wise to ensure that both tanks have the highest enmity at all times, preventing the goddess from smiting squishier players or targets. Demonic Howl, an unavoidable ray-wide damage thing. Demonic Shear, a tank buster. Okay. Precision Fire. Charternook appears or approaches the center of the arena and will noticeably begin to tether itself to the fire painting. All players need to use their Chocobo brush, do the action on the canvas directly in front of the tethered painting to acquire a fire resist buff. After a moderate delay, the Charternook will unleash a waft, unavoidable fire damage upon the raid, heavily or even fatally blasting anyone who did not acquire the resistance buff in time. After blasting the raid, Charternook will unleash another Demonic Howl and Demonic Shear before releasing itself from the painting. Okay. So it seems like if it does position in front of any wait, okay, so it's fire when you stand in front of fire. If it's earth, you just stand in front of the earth one. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Prey peppers 2 random players with a continuous wave of small AoE circles that follow their movements. Okay. So if I get hit with prey, I just need to move away from others. Okay, so then there's position water. Go to the center, settle itself to the water painting. Let's see. After a moderate delay, a devastating tidal wave will be released from the painting itself. Before the tidal wave is released, 4 random players will also be targeted with a static AoE circles beneath their feet, forcing them to move to avoid the oncoming tidal wave. At least one player must use their chocobo brush on the canvas directly in front of the painting to create a large boulder. Once the boulder is formed, all players stand behind it to avoid being crushed by the upcoming wave. Okay. And you should not make it too soon, apparently, because it can disappear. If it's wind, let's see. You stand in front of the wind pinning. If it's the wind one, okay. And if you do that, just in one player needs to do it in front of the wind painting. You'll get a mini mount with a special ability that you use to basically push away some orbs that appear. Let's see. Demonic Pain marks 4 random players with proximity tethers. To reduce damage, players should move away from the boss until the tether, which is bright pink when close, turns purple. Okay. Flash Gale creates a stack marker on a random player. Okay. The session doubles. From here on, Giant Gold begins to possess 2 paintings simultaneously. Okay. So okay. Let's make sure you do the things in the correct order. And then there's Haunt. Whilst dealing with the newfound wave of painting combinations, Chinook will create a untargetable clone of itself. It will persist for the remainder of the battle. While cloned, both Chinooks will overlap various non-painting mechanics such as Ray, Demonic Pain, Demonic Howl, and Demonic Shear. Okay. Kinda have an idea of how it works now. While we wait, we might as well look at more paint or more weapons that didn't win. So I believe this is the next one. That is a bow. That's like constellation stuff. Star Shepherd's bow. Okay. Holy Watcher. I think it's kind of similar to the like Holy Energy one for Paladin that was earlier. Usually it's like closed up, and when you like draw it, just like those blades just extend light. The same happens with these, and apparently it has no string. And Needle of the Shattered Void. This one actually looks pretty cool with that void shards. Apparently some smoke effects. Machinist. There was someone who made a water gun for machines that would honestly have been pretty cool to have. What is this? A giant revolver that has like this. I don't actually know what this is. I guess a bee or something. I think it's related to some of the beast tribes in Shadowbringers. Blue Glow Banduk, I think it was called. Honestly, looks pretty cool. Kind of getting a little bit of a, I don't know, steampunk-esque feel from it. I might be wrong on that, but it looks cool. And what is this? Magitech something gun. Just a gun with a giant blade. It's apparently inspired by the Guardian's Magic Armor XIV 092. Okay. Dancer weapons. There's just, I don't know what's called this, a blade of sorts. That's all I can think of. A tambourine. Cool. So just musical idea. Lotus bloom apparently. Looks cool. There's some cool effects with that. And straight up just rose. Could honestly have been kind of interesting as a weapon, just like the answer appears and just goes like, I have roses. And another tambourine. Looks cool as well. And apparently it would have been able to have some dice. Could honestly be pretty cool with that. Bonus when unsheathed makes jingling tambourine noise or sounds. Nice. Yeah, that one's pretty nice. Let's see. A broom for Black Mage. Clockwork Lantern Broom. Cool. Color changes depending on ice fire phase. That will honestly be pretty cool. Cased staff. So basically it's a giant orb, and then when you unsheath it, like the orb basically just removes itself from it and just swirls around. Okay, so that one has just a like star of sorts hanging from it. Cool. And this kind of looks like I would honestly almost say black hole of sorts that just like generates, or like an energy sphere of some sort. And apparently here's some like designs for how it would look, well, I guess from the different angles. Could honestly have been a pretty cool idea. This one has just a bunch of like orbs on it. Okay. This looks like, yeah, that's literally just a broom as well. I honestly kind of feel like a broom as a weapon for Black Mage would honestly suit them pretty well. Let's see, hyperdimensional rod. Could be kind of interesting. Is that one of those like, I don't know, 4-dimensional objects, I think it's supposed to be called, inside it. And let's see, summoner. A straight up just like scroll. Could honestly be pretty interesting, but I think it would maybe be a little on the more difficult sides. Basically, make an actual weapon due to the like. I'm pretty sure most weapons use like a standard sort of, I don't know, animation set, or a sort of similar at least thing, and I think maybe having a scroll would make it a little hard. It's like usually like all of Scholars or all of Summoners' weapons are basically just like book that you open. It would be a little bit more difficult with this. You need to like make custom animations essentially. Let's see, Chloe's storybook. That would honestly have been pretty cute. Like the stickers and everything. That would have been so cute. And apparently it should also have been able to be dyed. Nice. Let's see if this is just a straight up. Yep, that's essentially just like a handbag that you walk around with, that you then open up. Could honestly have been pretty cool. Especially if you could have colored it, because then it would have been like, I feel like a lot of people would then have made like skull, like summoners, just have like that thing colored, and then it could be like, hey, this is my bag, because it would literally look like that. Let's see. A palette for like drawing and stuff could honestly have been pretty cool. Like different paints and everything, and some drawings of different summons. There's like Carbuncle, Ifrit, Garuda, Titan, Herald of the 13th. I guess this is supposed to be like Void inspired. Tentacles, small wiggling movements and so on. Could honestly have been pretty cool. And then there's this one, which kind of looks like elegant sort of technology with like pages that, like, I don't know, spawn on top of these plates, kind of like this. Could have been pretty cool. Let's see, Red Mage. A sword with like a unicorn thing here. I think it said like unicorn's tail. Rosette, rapier. Very nicely like drawn, to be honest. Very stylized. Yeah, there's a lot of details that are apparently taken from these. Like this sort of design. There's a lot on this thing, and then like ovals and so on the like the entire sword. And there's like a bouquet of roses that's like your, I don't know what that's thing there is like really when it comes to red mages, but like it's basically like the crystal thing they usually hold. Lamplight rapier. Ooh. So it basically holds like a small flame thing. Have a sword that's kind of looks a bit like fiery sort of stuff there, or at least like fiery colored. This one I don't know the name of, but it seems to be, I don't know, it's like plant oriented. I don't know what that's supposed to be, maybe like insects or pollen or something. And then there's like plants down the weapon itself. These look like scissors, and you would have basically like a wolf head thing there. And there's Soul Blade, I think it was called. Just a large sword of some sort. And a red crystal. Nice. Yep, Soul Blade, and then I don't know what this one is called. That looks like, kind of get the feeling of like a quill or like a pen. So like that looks like ink, like an ink bottle, and it kind of looks like a pen of sorts, like the tip there. Could honestly have been pretty cool. Blue Mage, the rock god is just one of those frogs that has like a rod. Cool. Chocobo cane. Nice. It's just a white cane with like chocobo on the end, circling and glowing, floating when drawn weapon. Nice. Ultros staff. It's just a Ultras on his staff, and apparently blushes when with hearts when wielded by a female character. Play Ultra's speech sound when drawn or seen. I feel like this part would have been made it a little bit more difficult, but still, good idea. Mog wand would have been so cool. Just some of these blue mage ones are just a little bit silly. Just Google staff. Let's see the showtime. Just King with like a what's that called? A magician hat with bunny ears. And what is this? A staff with like some flowers and a small white bird. Alright. White mage. A giant staff, like some wood with a crystal, and then a bottom that has a bigger crystal. Okay. Looks like it's sort of like there's the orb that's held like out in the middle of like this. I don't know what to call it, like bowl. It's probably the best way I can describe it. Half crescent sort of bowl shape going around it. Nice. What's this? This is a what kind of say bell of sorts. A string with like cloth down it. Looks cool. Then a dreamy cane. Basically just like some what's that called again? The I don't know, essentially like the fluffy things that the Mughals ride around on. I don't remember what they're called now. Like one of those, essentially just more plant stuff, and then there's like a crystal in the middle. Would be kind of cool. What is this one? That is just normal staff with like some cloth hanging down from it. Heart. Okay, that kind of gives me a lot of magical girl vibes. Basically just like a big hearts going out in those directions. Apparently like different colors. This would basically just be like magical girl weapon. What about this? Sort of angelic-esque staff, I would almost call it, with like floating gem and so on. Looks cool. And what is this? Kind of also gives me like angelic, priestly sort of vibes. Also nice. A scholar. A book with an octopus and just a bunch of ink on the middle. This could honestly have been a pretty fun one to have. But on the silly side. Sort of. Assuming that's supposed to represent like the fairy wings that they summon. Nice. What is this? This is a journal of sorts. That could actually be also pretty nice. Like with apparently maps sticking out, drawings, so on and so forth. Looks good. And then there's this, which is... I think it has the fairy. I guess it's... Could maybe also be some sort of journal. It's what I almost say it looks like. Don't really know what the name is though. Let's see, Astrologian. Seer's Visage. So it is basically a mask of some sort that floats around in the middle. Okay, that's a plate of some sort with like flower and then just a ring of some flowers and leaves. Clematis plane sphere. Nice. That is an orb. It seems that has like, let's say maybe energy drawn in from like a circle that goes around it. And it has to do with like some Charlayan stuff. I can't really see what that's supposed to say there from like the End of Orbit trailer. Stargazer is apparently the name of this one, because it's supposed to be like some constellation, or not constellation, like a planetary thingy, I would almost say. Looks cool. Let's see. This is basically just a giant wall of water, I would say. Kind of interesting, to be honest. Looks way more different than most other Astrologian weapons, I would say. And Nebula. Okay, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Like a star of sorts there. That kind of gives me like a sail vibe for some reason. Looks good. Okay, and what was it people won? Let's see. Grand prize winners, 2 winners for each job. Implementation of the weapons designed into the game, and they get a fashion accessory, which is this one that all the finalists also won. It's just a parasol. Let's see. Runners up get a set of the following items. Bluebird earring, which is that thing. Wondrous, or scarf of wondrous wit, which is that thing. Dagora choker, a Ariman choker, double barding for the chocobo, Gaily cap, that looks kind of cute, honestly, and then Modern Aesthetics Strife is that hairstyle. Nice. Now let's remove that, and thanks for the hydrate redeems. I guess I'll have to go and get some water then, and hopefully not get the queue to pop in the meantime. Give me just like a little bit of time. Hopefully I don't get any queue pops, but yeah, I'll be back in like a minute most, so be right back. And I'm back. With some water, because I didn't have that before. Alright, that was 2 hydrate redeems. So here's number 1.
Woo! Yeah,
And 2.
baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Okay. Also, there, Wombo and Junjun. I feel like the Duty Finder 3, not 2. Nope. Just 2. The one that there's one of them. Like the one from like there's one of them there that's from Kronborg, but he wrote it. I can see that it's not 3 that were redeemed. Don't think you can fucking like bamboozle me with that. I can see it. When it's redeemed, it's Stream Elements that says it. Yeah, welcome to the stream, YouTube. Just waiting for... And you just, like, why did you just copy what he had just, like, written before? But, yeah, we're currently just waiting for the queue for Sigma Escape V2. Now you two are just copying each other's message. What the fuck? What the fuck are you two doing? I'm assuming you two are sitting in a call together right now. Oh, honestly. Yep, I can see that you're sitting in the simp channel, and I can also see that you have sent me something. Yep, that was the redeems. Yeah, we're currently sitting just waiting for the like queue to basically pop. Because of course that is taking way longer than it said to begin with. It said like to begin with just, oh, less than 5 minutes. 25.5 minutes later. And now I'm getting a call from you. Junjun, I'm not gonna answer that call right now. Not while I'm streaming at least. At least not right now. Also, why did you call me? Why are you calling me? You want a collab? You do realize that if you were to enter a call with me, you would have to speak English the entire time. You do realize that, right? Is that something you want to deal with? Also, you would specifically have to, or I would prefer it at least if you then also stuck to the TOS. English is me Buddhist. Perfect English. Sometimes I hate this fucking thing when it like just straight up lies to you about like, oh, this is how long it's gonna take. Fucking bets. Just this was like average wait time, less than 20 or less than 5 minutes before, and I was like 27. Junjun, why the fuck are you calling me on my phone now? What the fuck? Why? Why are you calling me on my phone? You're not. I can literally see it. I can pick up the phone now if I wanted to, because you're calling me. I can literally see your fucking name on my phone saying like, "Hey, Dan is calling." Like, my phone is next to me. It's just muted. I do have have your number saved. Why wouldn't I? You gave me your number at one point. Why the fuck wouldn't I have it saved? Also, you left a message, it seems. Like, why wouldn't I have your number saved if I have gotten it? Yeah, while we've been waiting for the queues, we basically just been looking at the weapons from the weapon design contest. There was apparently like 2 weapons and one from each of them. I don't know if you two have actually seen the weapons yet. Could technically just pull them up again. You can find them over in the FC's thingamajig. Let me see. Do this. I guess I can quickly show the weapons again. That one. We basically have this weapon for Paladin. Just good old standard sword and shield. Basically, it seems to be like 2 weapons for each class, except for Reaper and Sage. They're apparently getting a competition a bit later. And each of the weapons in one, there's like one serious weapon, and then there's one kind of silly one. So in case of Paladin, this is the serious one. This is the more silly one. A ladle and a podlet. I love this weapon. It's so silly. Warrior is getting a like chainsaw axe, kind of Bloodborne style, I would almost say. I feel like people seem to assume that this thing is gonna like rotate and everything. I feel like it's a pretty cool weapon. And they're also getting the Bombfish Basher as the silly weapon. This looks so weird. There's the Dark Knight serious one, just good old arch sword. And then pink, sort of large katana-esque sword, like flowers and pink and everything. Cerberus gunblade looks pretty cool, and shark gunblade or gunbreaker sort of weapon that closes up and so on. I feel like it looks pretty cool. Dragon Speared Fist for Monk. That's a serious weapon. And then one of my favorite ones for that came out, or that's gonna be implemented, the Shark Fists. This weapon is so cute. It's so cute. I want this fucking weapon so bad. It's like you punch with like sharks in your fists. Dragoon gets a just kind of normal spear with like some cloth and everything, glowing lights and all that, and a cat toy, which I feel like it just looks cute. This is just gonna be so silly to see Dragoons running around with that, especially Lalafell Dragoons. It's gonna look cute as hell. And just get like a, I would almost call it like cursed sort of knife and a knife and fork. I love the fact that they're getting that. Standard katana for samurai, and a parasol hidden blade weapon as well. Bard gets a bow with like some birds, a birdhouse flowers and such, and one with a squirrel on. It's not as silly to be honest, but still, it was good. Machinist gets a porcelain sort of inspired gun, or a ceramic painting inspired gun, and a bouquet of flowers with a gun inside it. This one just looks so silly. Just why? Dancer gets a blade of swords that's like that has this circular grip. Looks interesting. And these like, I don't know, ceremonial dance sort of fire sticks. That's all I can really describe it as. Black Mage is gonna get a lantern sort of staff. And a spoon with some cups on it. And one of these like singing worm things. Summoner's getting this book and a small journal. That looks so fucking cute. Like small stickers, Phoenix down, quill, carbuncle and all that. Red Mage just getting this sort of ship, or not ship, like weapon, I don't know what to describe it as, and a parasol with a small droop thing here. And Blue Mage gets a parasol as well, and this thing. Let's see, what else? White Mage gets this moon staff with like a rabbit slash bunny sitting on it, there and there. And a fork with a cake on the end. Scarlet gets a palette for painting, essentially. And this book with like fairies. I feel like Scholar is the only one that didn't really get a, I would say, joke weapon. Maybe this one could be seen as it, but not really. Astrologian gets like this insanely detailed like telescope thingy, apparently called the Stargazer, with like diagrams for like how it would close up when it's sheathed and everything. I'm pretty impressed. And a snow globe. And then there's basically just a bunch of finalists, some of which I kind of like, especially in the Cat Fist. I wish this one had won. Alright, but we got the queue to pop. Let's see if I can do this one at the strats before. Okay, so there's the canvases.
What a splendid atelier. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things in which to dip that brush.
I think that was supposed to be the goddess empress thingy.
I have claimed the girl in the picture. She's mine. You can't have her.
Where's Charlock? So...
How long since I possessed such a masterpiece? No one will get in my way.
I remember some of the mechanics.
Paintings are my world, the wellspring of my strength. Shall I treat you to an exhibition?
Let's tell them to that. Fire resistance.
A portrayal of fire. Revel in its fiery magnificence as your bodies turn to ash.
Because I don't remember what that does. Okay, position. That is that one. And then the plane.
This portrayal of Earth depicts the fury of the land. Is that the ground beginning to tremble?
Okay, block shear. Don't need to worry about that. Gonna do the next painting mechanic. Okay, release. Just need to hide behind that thing.
Next up, a portrayal of water. Can you feel its inexorable pull, dragging you to your doom?
Release. Technically, I don't need to deal with that, because they just need to, like, move the orbs that are gonna spawn.
Behold, a portrayal of wind. How helpless you are before its ferocious gale.
Get hit by one of those. Get that thing. Nice. Okay, they just straight up left. Okay, and we didn't get a cutscene. Speak with Sid.
Welcome back, Shauna. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint whilst fighting, but you soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy, as is intending. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. One moment. This is Garland. That's great news. And WH, oh, they did they? Understood, we'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently, Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine. Just the three of us, then.
Okay. So go and see what they want to see. And they're in like, I don't know, medical gowns, something like that. Really the best thing I could describe it as.
Chief, Shauna, and Alpha, too. We didn't mean to drag you all away from your work. Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The chirurgeon will probably want to have words with us later. But we couldn't just lie back and let you brave the rift on your own. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs? Yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself. But we're muddling along somehow. Shauna has been a pillar of strength, as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet. So go home. Heal. And don't come back until you've fully recovered. It's good to hear that everything's going well. But you call us the moment anything goes wrong, we'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Iron Works. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for Shauna and the Chief for us, alright? Quay.
Love Alpha.
Oh, before I forget, we brought you something to put a spring in your step. You can't fight Omega's creations on field rations alone.
You think that's the... Ooh! Yep, that's the secret port from this. I don't really care which one it is, it's just gonna get sold. I have no need for it after all. Or at least I don't really use it. You doing, Nero?
Now, what have we? This next one seems strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent. But if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. For even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavioral triggers. Blah, tastes like salt water. Why would? I need to take a closer look at that card.
And there's the monitor thing.
Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma. Initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels.
Oh no. That didn't sound good. let us pass.
Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you, I mean, it will all be over before you know it.
Okay, and there they are.
Can I lower you into the rift, madam? I may not be much use in battle, but I can at least do you this small service.
Yep, into the rift, and we probably get to see what happens soon. Ah. Nothing has seemingly happened to Nero. Strange.
Ah. Back, are you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything all right, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water, not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time, I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Shauna, your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Chad Arnook, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day.
Okay, speak with Alpha.
Quay. Alpha seems concerned about Nero, but otherwise eager to proceed. You may enter Sigmascape V3.
Okay. Alright, let's see, how long is this? Less than 5 minutes, I kind of gonna doubt that one, but let's quickly try and take a look at this. There's a lot of fucking information on the fight. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Players will find themselves in an otherworldly location akin to a mechanical factory with a square-shaped arena. Unlike the two previous encounters in Sigmascape, V3 involves a dangerous outer wall that should be avoided at all costs. Any player who touches the edge of the arena will suffer moderate damage and a dispellable paralysis buff. While facing off against this literal death machine, players will also notice large monsters outside the arena that will give some visual hints regarding upcoming mechanics. Be sure to glance at them whenever the Guardian begins to load a program, as the images indicate upcoming mechanics and will allow the raid to transiently organize themselves ahead of time. Final Fantasy enthusiasts will likely recognize the images as sprites from a past Final Fantasy title they may know and love. Okay, so general mechanics. Magitech Array. Guardian returns to face a random player, and after a animated wind-up, emits a straight line AoE across the arena. With thumb, if the Guardian turns to face you or your general direction unexpectedly and you notice blue energy forming in its cannon, a hefty sidestep can take you out of danger. If you're hit by the beam, you take heavy damage and get a vulnerability up debuff. Arm and Hammer, a devastating tank buster. Don't need to worry about that. Diffractive Laser, I think it's called, causes the Guardian to emit an unavoidable raid-wide damage. Okay. There's Prey Missile, places a noticeable large orange or red marker on a random damage dealer after a brief period. The target will suffer moderate damage and a flaming debuff. Okay. Load program. As mentioned before, the monitors outside the arena will display an image. Okay, so basically, when it does load program, we'll do either Data Luma, Ultras, Air Force, or Bibliotaf. So let's see here. Program Data Luma. Once loaded, the Data Luma program begins with an unavoidable shockwave, inflicting damage and knocking back the entire raid from the Guardian's current location. You should stack up on the boss when that happens. Let's see. Once the knockback has concluded, Chakra Burst spawns 8 yellow circles within the arena, each one displaying a slowly decreasing or descending orb, meteor mechanic, indicating that at least one player must be standing within each circle before the orb hits the platform. Okay. After Chakra Burst has ended, Luma himself will spawn within the arena and should be picked up by an off tank as soon as possible. Whilst active, he will occasionally unleash an aura cannon, 29 AoE that should be avoided, and then you just defeat Luma. There's Ultras. Let's see. Once the program has been loaded, it will unleash a large AoE circle beneath all members of the raid simultaneously, forcing everyone to move. Let's see. Shortly afterwards, more AoE circles will appear within the arena, except these will cause massive tentacles to erupt from the ground. Once the tentacles have appeared, each one will try to wallop members of the raid, which involves straight line AoE telegraphs that should be avoided. And then there's just, I guess, Ultras that spawns. Mini boss that you just kill, it seems. Okay, and apparently while Ultras are spawned, you can't attack the main boss, and you might be targeted with Chain Cannon, which will cause AoEs to spawn underneath you, so you need to keep moving. Then there's also a proximity marker that you need to, of course, move away from. Bibliotaf will spawn 6 demonic circles once it's been loaded. Then the arena, each one requiring 3 players to stand on them in order to quench them. You should quickly form 3-man groups and split and sprint from one circle to another as quickly as possible, as any undispelled circles will eventually spawn demonic ads that will also need dealt with. Once the demonic circles have been resolved, Bibliotaf will be spawned to the arena, or summoned to the arena, and should be picked up by the off tank. While active, the Bibliotaf will occasionally unleash massive point-blank AoEs that should be avoided. Okay, and then there's Air Force. Once it's loaded, it begins with a point-blank AoE on the boss itself, forcing everyone in melee range to retreat. Anyone hit by the attack will suffer tremendous damage. Soon after, missile simulation will create multiple missiles at various edges of the arena that will slowly begin to travel from one side to the other, leaving only a few gaps for players to weave through them. Any player hit by a missile will suffer moderate damage and debuffs, so avoid at all costs. As soon as the missiles have traveled across the arena, bomb deployment creates 2 diffusable explosives within the arena. each one displaying a red and blue wire. To defuse the bomb, players must see which of the two colors is glowing brighter than the other, and stand on that respective wire. Or should any player walk on the incorrect wire for any reason, the bomb will detonate prematurely, inflicting moderate AoE damage to those nearby. Once the bombs have been taken care of, Air Force will spawn within the arena and should be picked up by the off-tank. While active, Air Force will emit a huge cone AoE the platform across the platform that should be avoided. It seems like it's somewhat simple, at least for the most part. Well, just gonna wait for the queue. God, I fucking hate the queue sometimes in this game.
Just leave me be. I'm having enough trouble concentrating as it is.
I get the feeling that something happened with Nero, but doesn't really know what it is necessarily. Maybe it's infecting his mind or something.
The file I found on the Guardian says it was a weapon employed in the defense of an empire's capital city. That should give you some idea of the extent of its capabilities. PSHH.
Okay. I don't really know what else I can do right now, or to fight entertainment, because yeah, there isn't really a whole lot of stuff that I can do right now, because if I start going to any other location, I'm most likely gonna get sent back here once the queue finally pops, and that's just gonna be a little bit annoying. I can't really queue up for anything else. Don't have to think of anything else then. Now, since queue popped. Nice. Okay. Let's see if we can defeat this boss on the first try. We should be able to do that. Sigma Escape V3. So that's Ultras, that's something I don't entirely know what all of those things are.
The Guardian will transition between a host of different combat programs. Try to keep track of which does what.
Okay.
Weapon systems online. Running basic program. Guardian, engage. Running Ultros combat program.
Okay. Seems to remember that I didn't fully understand this mechanic. 100%. Okay, so it just does that thing. Okay, we need to take out Ultras.
Running air raid combat program. Safety measures disengaged. Main cannon, target acquired. Open fire. Running Air Force combat program.
There's missiles there and there.
Running Aluma combat program.
Okay, this was the thing where it's like all stand in one of these.
Running Bibliotop combat program.
Let's take out. Ow. Didn't notice that the boss was doing that beam thing.
Running Aluma combat program.
We'll just pop the red right. Which makes her damage. Nice. And everyone left. I got all the gear. How many? I should probably go and spend some of these somewhat soon. Let's see, as far as I can see, I get 110. I guess after next one I'll be able to just do that, because then I would be maxed out.
Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. And this is what passes for a straightforward battle in here. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine, assuming it was real, the realm the Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and the mechanical arts. 'Tis truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now.
Okay, I'm kind of curious, what are the games... Like, I'm pretty sure that these bosses are based off some of the Final Fantasy games. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, so the Phantom Train, the one from Sigmascape 1, was apparently from Final Fantasy 6, it seems. Same goes for the one with the paintings, Shadow Nook. And also for the one we just fought, and apparently that's also the case for the last one, so it's all based on Final Fantasy 6 bosses. Test World of Ruin.
This is it, the final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastical foes in here, but this time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester.
Oh, Kefka. I believe that's like the big final boss in Final Fantasy 6, if I'm not mistaken. Who I believe becomes literal god. Way.
According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in the tragedies of others, and condemned countless thousands to death for his own amusement. HM. That a jester should bring such misery. 'Tis almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over a shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage, and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes. Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? The jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and the impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There is no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what preparations you need, and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh.
Okay.
Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild, and new lives will always be born. A fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply.
You admire this villain? In life, there is always hope. Let's go with this one.
Perhaps. I admire the idea of upsetting the status quo. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin.
Let me see here. Okay, so...
Quay. Alpha is clearly poised to spring into act.
Sigmascape V4. Okay, 9 minutes, so let's see here. Players will find themselves in an otherworldly location atop a circular platform suspended over an endless drop into interdimensional space. Should any player fall off the edge for any reason, they will suffer an immediate KO, though they can be raised after a moderate delay. Okay. After some playful boasting, Kefka will gives his signature laugh from Final Fantasy VI. On engaging in battle, Kefka will employ deceitful abilities and eventually summon the infamous Statue of the Gods to a glorious rendition of Dancing Mad. Alright, so general mechanics. Hyperdrive, a devastating tank buster. Okay. Don't need to worry about that. Lizard Blitz can either be a huge donut AoE or a point-blank AoE from Kefka's current location, forcing everyone to look closer to or far away from him, depending on which variant it is. Once unleashed, a razor-sharp mountain of icicles will impale anyone out of position for heavy damage. Flagrant Fire marks 4 random players with orange markers. After the delay, all 4 players will suffer moderate damage. It will also clip anyone standing too close to the victims. As a result, make sure to move away from the rest of their team. And apparently, Flagrant Fire will initially be unleashed at the same time as Thumbing Thunder, which creates 2 large straight-line AoEs across the arena. Will visibly noticeable purple effects. After the delay, anyone standing within the telegraphed areas will be blasted by waves of thunder. Simply stand beside or in between the telegraphs to avoid taking damage. Then there is Ultima's Upsurge, an unavoidable blast of AoE or AoE damage just to the entire raid. Timely teleport. Kefka leisurely floats in mid-air whilst 2 large black and white circles appear, one around Kefka and the other somewhere in the arena. After the delay, Kefka will teleport from his circle to the other and use one of 2 abilities. Instantaneous cone AoE across the platform that damages anyone who was standing in front of him, or alternatively charge up an arrow assault that will knock back the entire raid. As a rule of thumb, all players should move behind the second circle as soon as possible, and if Kefka doesn't unleash the AoE attack as soon as he reappears, move in front of him to avoid being knocked off the platform. Okay, so then there's trick attacks. having witnessed Kefka's elemental arsenal of abilities, Kefka will begin to deceive the raid by using the same abilities, but with telegraphs decorated in question marks. In short, whenever you see question marks during mechanics, sure to do the opposite of what you would normally do in those situations. For example, if it's thunder or thumbing thunder, it creates 2 large straight line AoE that go across the arena like before. Except they both contain question marks apparently. Other than avoid the columns, players must stand inside the one to avoid the trick attack. And then there's the Blizzard one. Creates the same donut AoE or point blank AoE telegraph from Kefka's current location, covered in question marks. Regardless of which is used, players must actually move into the telegraph rather than avoid it. Okay. And he can basically start switching between using trick attacks and not trick attack versions. Then last, there is Statue of the Gods. Once Kefka has displayed most of his basic abilities, the Statue of the Gods will violently interrupt the background and loom over the entire raid. As Kefka's health decreases, the raid will ascend higher up the tower to the next tier. Bear in mind that each tier, bottom, middle, and top, has its own unique abilities that will be used in combination with Kefka's above-mentioned mechanics. All players should keep their eyes on the tower throughout the battle, as some mechanics will not be overly telegraphed and may be missed completely if you are paying attention to Kefka or something else. So let's see. The center of the tower shoots straight line AoEs across the platform. The statue places a dark purple orb on one side of the arena. It will eventually explode, covering its half of the platform with devastating dark magic. Just don't stand on that half of the platform. It places a bright orb on the side of the arena that will eventually knock back the entire raid. Unlike the dark orb, players will need to move close to the orb. Okay. The statue can generate a large orb on either the left or the right side of itself. After the delay, the orb side of the arena will be blasted with elemental magic. You notice an orb forming on one side of the statue itself. Move to the orbless side as soon as possible. Finally, at the very top of the tower, can utilize a gaze attack, indicated by a purple eye-shaped icon. If you notice the icon, turn your back to the tower to avoid taking damage. However, the gaze attack also has a trick version, displaying a yellow eye-shaped icon with a question mark. Notice the icon instead. All players need to looking at the tower to avoid taking the damage. Okay. Good to know. That was a lot of stuff. And now it's just time for the wait again.
Let's see this through, Shauna. One battle at a time. Are you asking my permission? By all means, let's get things underway. PSHH. Quay.
Well, I just sit around and wait for things to happen. Yes. Let's see. Has there been any updates regarding the housing system? Nope, it's still just follow-up 5. Essentially, we have been told that that Square Enix are currently planning on the 16th to basically restore, or they're planning on basically having a maintenance in the 16th currently planned at least, which should hopefully fix the issues with the housing system and should restore lottery data apparently. And apparently it's supposed to take like 8 to 10 hours. So hopefully after that day, the housing system should be working again. We don't entirely know if it's gonna be working that day or if they're maybe gonna like change the day, but yeah, that's at least the planned day for them so far. Only problem for me is just that I'm not home that day, or for like several days after that. So if I'm one of the people that won a house, I might lose out on it unless I specifically go home. I'm basically going home to like my parents for a period of time where that period of time overlaps with the patch. So maybe I have to like go home during that period. Just like get access to my PC so I can like check if I got the house or not. Which is a little bit annoying, but I guess we'll see. Unless maybe I can... Maybe... I wonder if maybe other people would be able to like check the houses and see like who won the house, like if they can see that. Because if they can, then it would be like... Maybe I could ask someone to basically check if I'm the one who won. Like based on my lottery ticket, if it even remembers that still, I don't fucking know. Hopefully we'll get some more information closer to the update day. But maybe I can get someone to check if I won the house or not, and that's possible. Then if I don't win it, then I don't need to like go home in order to try and get the house, because it is a small house, but still I would very much like a house in Final Fantasy. That would be fucking awesome. Let's see, what the hell could I be doing right now? And I'm wondering, is there perhaps any... Nope, no one has any queues or raid thingies set up here. Does seem like someone is setting up a blue mage farm thing for J-Kick. Do I have that one yet? Nope. Apparently J-Kick is a really good spell for blue mage. I believe it's like you stand still and you basically just like repeatedly kick, I think, in an area, or maybe that's a different one. I'm actually not entirely sure. Maybe that's Phantom Flurry I'm thinking of. I could be honestly mistaken about that. Kind of let's check actually which one is it. Let's see here. J-Kick. Delivers a jumping physical attack to the target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 300 for the first target. Okay, so it's basically just you jump to an enemy and deal damage. Alright, got the Q pop as well. Time for Escape 4. To fight Kafka. Will the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. Okay, we got 2 ninjas.
Destroy.
Here.
Destroy. Destroy. I will destroy it all. Poke God and pay the price. I'll bury you in tombs of ice. You figured out my tells, have you? Or have you? His posture. The change is slight, but it's shifted somehow. Keep an eye out for tricks.
Alright, stand in this thing, plus the question marks.
Quick, now. Make your peace with death. Because I'm making your death with all these pieces. Blow them all away. Whoosh.
But yeah, that's the one where I need to move close to it. It's the shockwave. Okay, that's the normal wizard one.
Am I here? Or over there? I really could be anywhere.
Okay, that was the E one.
Look lively. Now. Must I give you a push? Did you think you'd won? Oh no no no, we've just begun. Scorch just half or twice the fun. Run, run, or you'll be well done.
Okay, let's... Oh. Is that attack? To the side. Oh. And don't stay close to players. completely forgot to look at the statue there.
Still alive? Unbelievable. I really must insist you die. Are you looking? Why are you looking? You shouldn't be looking.
That's one way to look towards the statue. Nice. I am the Sigma, I am the Omega. I lost? How can I lose? Just can't believe it. Nice. And the statue crumbles. Sigma escape complete. Sigma escape complete. Okay. Just going to go through all of this. And looks like no one actually wanted any of that stuff. Let's lower my camera a little bit. Go.
That's it, isn't it? She's won. This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on. We should go and find Shauna.
Don't I just appear here? Oh.
Nero. Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your Little Ironworks reunion. Omega, damn it. We should never have left you alone. Not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. Umph. As if I would trail along behind you, like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero, save your strength. I'll fetch Shauna and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours. To do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains.
Okay. It's Alpha. Are we in a different location?
Another battle won. I might know it no bounds, child of man. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Shauna Majula. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuation in values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle? Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data.
Okay, what the fuck?
Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt escape with every last reserve of strength you possess.
Wait, what? What?
Alpha. Your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judge that my guidance here is no longer needed.
What? Is that fucking Midgar Soma that just showed up there? What?
Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at the last.
Yep, that's him. What
But
the
so
fuck?
be it. Such a death beckometh thee not. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I lead with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgard Sormru, again, your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel. Thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which, by thine own admission, defieth thine understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire. Trust to the results of thine experiments. And when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Shauna. Alpha. I need your help. It's Nero, he's... Twould seem we all have a tale to share. But not here. Come on, we're leaving.
Okay. Okay, the Ironworks hand.
Madam. The chief has already departed for Ralgra's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient. And by that, she generally means now.
Okay. Well, also Ralgra's Reach then. And let's just in the... Okay, so looking at the remaining quest of this quest line, there is there is 4 quests left, and of course also 4 additional raids we need to get through. And I don't think I can do that in like 20 minutes that we have left. So yeah, we're gonna have to like do something else, or maybe I'll just end the stream a little bit early, because we're not getting through that stuff in like 20 minutes. Maybe if I had like a full party of level 90s and it was like unsynced, maybe, but that's not taking into account the cutscenes, so yeah, probably not.
Shauna. I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own 2 eyes. In case you are wondering, Nero was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he?
Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. The chirurgeons confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgard Zormer is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again.
When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back.
I appreciate the offer, Jessie. And I may yet take you up on it, when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do, about what's happened, and about what lies ahead. Quay.
The poor thing. He seems worried.
Thank you for trying to save me. Don't worry, we'll get Omega in the end. Let's go with this one.
Quay. Well, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right? Much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself, and we've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are.
Okay. 4 quests left. That's gonna have to wait until tomorrow. And there's around like 15 minutes left until we hit the 6-hour mark. Let's see, is there anything that I could maybe quickly do? I wonder how well were these specific quests? Let's see how many. Anything else will wait with the like last 2 Return to Ililis quests, because yeah, I need to go around like to one port and such, like go around to a bunch of different people, so I'm thinking of just waiting with that one for tomorrow. I guess we're gonna check really quickly here my retainers.
I have some.
Yeah, turn off the text-to-speech. Let's see, confirm. I don't know what to send you on. How much guild do you earn? Not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
6,000. And there's you. I don't know what's that used for. Apparently I already have some of that.
Uh-huh.
And almost 8,000. Nice. And I guess I should probably go and spend the tomestones that I have. I think I can still get a... what's that called? A Lycistrian roll. I'm still missing one of those at least. Oh, I can actually get some from this. Nice. Let's get one of these. And one of these. Let's see. What else can I get? Tombstone exchange. Other. Already got all of those. What could I spend this on? I guess maybe healer set for Sage or an armor set for Reaper, but I don't really know if that's really be necessary. What do I have space for? I could buy some weapons, I guess. Some of the classes. That's to here. So let's see. Let's see. I got the Reaper weapon and I got the Samurai weapon, the Sage weapon, and the shield there. I guess I can get the axe. And probably get it on some of the classes that are actually like up there in a bit away. Where's the summoner weapon? Why can I not spot the summoner weapon? Ah, there it is. Okay, that has reduced my amount by a little bit. Okay, so thinking of possibly just ending the stream here because we have like 11 minutes left before we hit the like 12-hour, or not 12-hour, 6-hour. I can't do numbers now. But we hit the 6-hour mark, and I just sold some carrots for 16 gil. Yeah, let's click that one. And let's see. Switch over to this. And let's see here. Who can I potentially raid? I have several options. Just need to figure out who I want to raid. Jesus, there's a lot of options. Okay, so let's see. I guess I can start with what I'm gonna be streaming next, and that's gonna be tomorrow at pretty much the usual time. So that's at from like 12 Danish time to 6 in the evening, or less. And yeah, we're just gonna do more Omega stuff and some other things that I have some ideas with. I don't exactly know what I'm gonna be doing. Other than that, I have some things, but yeah, I don't really know yet. I also just remembered that apparently Twitch is now gonna remove the friends feature. I don't know why they're doing that, but for some reason Twitch is apparently removing that on the 25th of May. I don't really understand why they're removing that, but okay. Okay, so let's see here. Who could I rate here? Let's see. Let's see. That person is playing Final Fantasy, but they're doing current Ultimate, I believe it is. Uh. Who could I go with here? We have a lot of people that could like raid. I just need to figure out who I want to raid right now. Uh, uh, don't remember who were you again? That person. Let's see. This is. I feel like this has become a bit of a problem for me because I've followed so many on Twitch now that I have a hard time basically figuring out who I want to raid because I have so many people. that I follow, so it's kind of there's a lot. Okay, I'm kind of thinking Mochi. And I'm gonna basically rate her because she is currently playing some Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and she's apparently doing it with the Moemon, that mod. And it's a Nuzlocke where she's apparently also naming her Pokemon after people in the chat. So yeah, guess we can just rate her. So yeah, as I said before, the plan for today or for tomorrow is basically just Final Fantasy or Omega. We're probably gonna finish that up in like within the first like 3 hours, I'm assuming, unless I get extremely unlucky with the queues. And then the plan is basically just unlocking things. I have some, I guess we can do the last 2 quests from the Return to Ivalice quest that I have, because I need to get some food for those, which I've gotten. I can unlock the next, what should I call it, the custom deliveries people that I couldn't, or that I can basically get, so on. So yeah, I think maybe I can also find like a few other things I could do. I don't know yet. Depends on how much time we have. Basically do stuff. But yeah, I guess that's just about it. So I guess I'll be back tomorrow, and I should hopefully also be back maybe Monday. I'm thinking of maybe starting to do streams Mondays as well, with Yakuza 0, just to get through that game, because I really just want to finish up that game so soon. But yeah, apart from that, I also noticed that the game audio was not turned on for the scene. I need to get around to actually getting that fixed, because I keep forgetting that I muted for like Yakuza 0, because there's still music when I'm on this screen for like Yakuza 0, so I just mute it sometimes. And then when I play Final Fantasy, it doesn't play the music. But yeah, I guess that's about it. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys there. So yeah, till next time, guys, I'll see ya.